Yo, yo, what it do? What it do? It's your boy, old boy, checking in from old boy's corner. The verdict came, excuse me, the verdict came down. It found Alicia Andrews guilty of manslaughter. We're going to do a breakdown of what could have made the decision, what the decision ended up being. I will say this: she avoided a life sentence. So the conspiracy she beat, and the Rder one she beat. So shot at that. I mean, she has another shot at life. I think Florida law says that the maximum is 15 years. Once again, it's up to the judge's discretion. I think they're gonna do it. Her sentence is gonna be like right before Thanksgiving. So the young lady most definitely have a long road ahead of her. I don't know if many of you guys know, she actually is a fairly new mother as well. So let's talk about the key factors that may help. Was it just was she impressionable? Because she did a very brave thing and was actually get up on the stand facing a life sentence. A lot of defendants don't do that. And I would say I got the video. She was very well poised, very well held together. And I'm gonna stop talking and we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get to reacting. And let's go. Let's go, Julio.
Case reveals shocking new details. From the very beginning, Jacksonville detectives appeared to know exactly who was involved in the killing. Jail calls on the day of the murder between gang associates played a critical role in leading them straight to a suspect. A lot of new details in this video. I'm sure a lot's going to come out over the next week when the trial continues. Once I heard about jail calls in the trial this week, I got interested and had to start reading. These jail calls led them straight to Isaiah Chance. I'm going to read the full documents. Hit subscribe. Let's go. Our first thing we got here: notice of intent to reply upon a gang expert in testimony and call the following witnesses as experts in the trial. Detective Richard Rder of JSO to provide expert testimony regarding ATK gang.
All right, content disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is usually permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. I do not own the rights to this content. This content is for educational and entertainment purposes only. I do not own the rights to this content. Shout out to this content creator. Let's go.
And it's Jacksonville gang activity. Detective Craig Griffin, another JSO detective, to provide expert testimony regarding 1200 gang and its Jacksonville gang activity. Detective Trey McCullough, JSO, to provide expert testimony regarding 6 Block gang and its Jacksonville gang activity. And Detective Christopher Drabeck to provide expert testimony regarding Jacksonville gang activity. So I would imagine all of those detectives are going to testify next week. And honestly, you know how I feel about gang detectives, and the YSL trial was horseshit because they are just interpreting gang language and like pretty much assuming a lot of shit. I get they can know certain gang terms, but calling them a
was a whole lot of speculation, I would say. And I really think, as you see, there was a lot of evidence that had nothing to do with her. And I think that was just to build up to actually probably put fear into the other 4 people that has to be tried after her.
Expert in a trial seems a little fishy to me. Another interesting thing I found deep in the records today: motion to withdraw as attorney of record from last December, so 10 months ago. One of Alicia's attorneys didn't want to be her attorney anymore, so I was like, who is this? Multiple grounds for withdrawal. On November 1st, 2024, undersigned counsel entered its notice of appearance as co-counsel in his case to represent Miss Andrews. Undersigned counsel and lead counsel for the defense have irreconcilable differences that make it uncomfortable for the undersigned to continue representing Miss Andrews as co-counsel. The undersigned has attempted in good faith to resolve this matter, however, it does not seem likely to resolve. If the undersigned withdraws, Miss Andrews still has lead counsel Lenina Hurdle representing her. So obviously this is not her lawyer now. This would have been her lawyer. The above described matters constitute good cause for withdrawal. And guess who it is? It's Jeremy McClement, who is her current lawyer that is in her trial. So it seems like the other lady withdrew and he didn't, or Alicia picked him over her. But it seems like they had some sort of disagreement over how to do this trial. and didn't want to do it together. Now, here's where
Interesting.
things get really interesting. I found the affidavit on the file system, which goes over pretty much the entire murder, how they
It's interesting. I didn't know that she had a change in lawyer and or one dropped out. So let's go.
tracked him, how they did anything. It's pages and pages of this shit. Starts with a 911 call of the shooting and everything, right? We already saw a lot of this in the trial already. 2 of the shooters armed with ARs, 1 with a pistol. They found out it was Fulio very quickly, obviously. They very quickly figured out what the suspect vehicle was, the Impala. Ultimately, Jacksonville
Explain the
Sheriff's
channel.
Office
Respect,
Detective Christopher
respect.
Drabeck,
Thank
who
you.
is going to be a witness, who has in-depth knowledge of the victim and the gang he's affiliated with, 6 Block, and the rival gang that he's feuding with, ATK and HG, made contact with lead homicide detective Juan Ramos to provide intelligence. JSO detective Drabeck provided intelligence sourced from their investigative means, which revealed that 2 out of the 3 possible shooters involved in this homicide were suspected to be Isaiah J. Chance, with Instagram handle Gutta Zay, and Rashad T. Murphy, with Instagram handle Ghost187. So somehow,
Shout out to
some
Cuff
way,
Boy.
this detective from Jacksonville, not even in Tampa, already knew who was involved in the shooting, sourced from their investigative means. It sounds like someone snitched, if you ask me. What does that even mean? How do you instantly know who the 2 people are involved are? The Nibin?
Interesting point. Feels like allegedly someone snitched. The Nibin correlation solidified the belief that suspects were more likely from Jacksonville. Detective Drabeck provided extensive intelligence related to their prior and potentially ongoing investigation. Interesting. Let's go.
Correlation solidified the belief that suspects were most likely from Jacksonville. So they obviously tracked the guns back to Jacksonville with other Nibin hits of the shell casings. Detective Drabeck provided extensive intelligence related to their prior and potential ongoing investigations. Drabeck was also provided video of the homicide for his review. And here are the jail calls. As part of the assistance provided, Drabeck monitored jail calls of an inmate, Shane Payne, someone born in 2007. So this kid is only like 17.
A jail phone call from Shane Payne. First time he hinted us too as well. Let's go. Good content, Cuff Boys. Let's go.
Or 18 years old. Okay, while editing this video, I had to put this in. This Shane Payne kid apparently murdered his father, accused of murdering father and then killing his accomplice just 3 days later. Shane Payne enlisted a friend to murder his father and then turned on his friend and killed him 3 days later. Holy shit. It's crazy that these people throw their lives away this quickly. Who used another inmate's jail pen to make outgoing calls, which is very common. While doing so, Payne called females and utilized them to make 3-way calls, which is a common way to conceal who the inmate is actually talking to. I've seen this so many times in cases, in the YSL trial.
And it doesn't work. Why they still try, I have no idea. But let's go.
The Melly trial, like literally every trial, they're always doing 3-way calls. I think Lil Durk did it and got in trouble. Detective Drabeck has monitored a large number of Payne's calls and has had personal contact with him in the past and is familiar with his voice. On 6/24/24, the day of the murder, I think, the morning after pretty much, Payne made 2 calls of immediate interest, both utilizing another inmate's pen and a female to call another party on 3-way. During the first call, he says to add Shots, who is known by Detective Drabeck to be Tayshawn Thomas, born in 2000, a local rapper known as Tay Shots. During this call, Thomas says he is sipping on Don Julio, which Detective Drabeck has learned is a diss to the victim in this case and who is known as Julio Fulio. During the same call, Payne refers to Double G, known to Detective Drabeck to be Isaiah Chance, also known as Gutta, did OT with the big rapper. Drabeck knows from experience and knowledge that the big rapper refers to the victim in this case and OT refers to violent crime.
Wow. And he was not a suspect at all, but he knew what hadn't happened and who hadn't done it. Crazy work. Talking about it on the jail call too is even more crazy. But let's go.
These 2 guys on this jail call are using basically coded language, saying Double G and OT, and they're sipping on Don Julio. And this detective very quickly figured out they're talking about Isaiah Chance because his name is Gutta Zay. And this is the day of the murder. So these 2 fuckers are pretty much giving the detective more
Let's go, boy.
information without realizing it. because they're using terrible coded language. Why are you talking about this shit on jail calls? Do you really need to do this? During the second reference call, Payne provides a phone number to the female to add in on three-way. The phone number was identified by Detective Drabeck as belonging to Sean Walcott, another person born in 06, also known as LaShawn, who was a documented member of the 1200 gang. During that call, while laughing about an incident they were discussing, Walcott says that he retired now, and he'd been texting me. Then says he hung his jersey up, he retired. Walcott says he was just texting me, and confirms to Payne that he's talking about Double G, Isaiah Chance. Payne tells Walcott to tell him, Double G, to keep your head on a swivel. Detective Drabeck has conducted a previous investigation involving Isaiah Chance, Double G Gutta, and is familiar with his physical appearance. Drabeck believes that one of the shooters shares the same characteristics as Chance, and the relation to his thin build, height, and tall hair causing the hood of the shooter to protrude upwards past the head. Well, that's weird.
That is crazy. Some information that I hadn't seen yet. Once again, shout out to Cuff Boys. Let's go.
Because Chance wasn't a shooter, so he's tripping on this. Tall hair. What's he talking about? I think they messed that up, and they're talking about they fucked that up. He's not Isaiah Chance wasn't a shooter. I don't know what they're talking about there. Maybe they're talking about one of the Murphys having big hair, because he does have big hair. I think Rashad does.
Yeah, then he ended up cutting his hair. Most definitely one of the shooters, when they ran across the across that Tesla, you can see the fact that they was trying to that the hoodie was sticking up. So he most definitely had hair. I think he cut it by the time the cops called him though. But let's go.
So it sounds like Isaiah Chance was texting someone about retiring and hung up his jersey. And then someone told him to keep his head on a swivel. And then, of course, they talk about the LPR database, how they track the cars. They talk about pulling over Sean Gaithright, and he has all these guns in the car that match shootings. NIBIN testing of the spent rifle casings found in Sean Gaithright had a positive match to 2 JSO cases. The cases linked to a homicide on 5/23/24, a month before he killed Fulio, where a victim was killed in the same cul-de-sac where Isaiah Chance's, aka Gutta Zay, girlfriend Alexia Marshall lives.
Wow. We got a whole nother body on him as well. Linked back to his gun where his girlfriend was staying at. Crazy work.
This motherfucker killed someone a month before. That's pretty much what that means, right? You have shell casings linked to a murder 1 month before Fulio. I mean, this guy is a crash out shooter. This is fucking terrifying. This guy did not care about life at all, or his life. He threw his life away. The second case the rifle casings linked to was a JSO case on 10/7/23, which was the attempted murder where the victim, Fulio, was shot in the foot in Jacksonville. At Isaiah Chance's house, they found a Glock 9mm pistol with extended magazine, notes detailing Glock switches in a notebook, a backpack containing dark clothing, and a ski mask consistent with the type of clothing that shooters and the Tampa homicide wore. JSO detectives also observed a drawing with fists making a thumbs down symbol and the word bully down, which indicate they knew from their intimate knowledge of the rivalry between ATK and 6 Block gangs was a diss. I didn't know Isaiah Chance had all that in his house. That's insane. The clothing, the ski mask, a Glock. These boys, did they even try to cover up their crimes? And then they also did a search warrant on Gaithright's house where they found more 9mm spent casings. NIBIN hit match the casings to the homicide. Like, you're literally so cooked. You're keeping shell casings in your house that are linked to a homicide. Another document I found, defense trial witness list. So these are people that the defense can call if they want to, if they decide to, during trial. After the state does their case, they have a chance to. Jasmine Glennon, I don't know who that is. I don't know who majority of these people are. I only know a few. Damali, Kyle, Anthony Alava, Kyla Enright. Oh, this Kyla person was someone that they tried to get the location of Fulio from. That's the name I recognize from that. Dang. So I think Gaithright or someone texted her trying to get the location of Fulio the night of the murder. So I don't know why the defense would want to call her. Charmaine Steiger is one of the Murphys that got arrested, the girlfriend that they was in the car with. So I don't really know why they would want to call her. Lorna Allen, don't know. Nevia Gaithright, 03. So what I would guess here is this is Sean Gaithright's sister. Why do they want to call her? Oh my God. Sean Gaithright's sister is missing the fuck out of her brother right now. She posts on story, free my N-word, Sean, and tell motherfucker backwards, man. Robert Howard III. Now this name I recognized. This is Kenny Capps, who is obviously a friend of Fulio's. He's the one that's accused of killing that kid at the football game that Alicia apparently knew, remember? I don't know if he ever went to jail for it. I think he might have went to jail for it. but somehow he got out. Because this Reddit post says Kenny Cap stayed solid and came home only to lose 3 close friends and get hit with a federal indictment within a few months. This street
Yeah.
shit's scary, y'all. So he got federally indicted too for federal drug charges, 50 grams or more of pure actual methamphetamine. He faces a minimum of 10 years up to life.
He got set up. There was like fully a right hand man. Like he said, there was had been charged with a unaliving at a football game. Then he somehow he got out earlier than what people thought he would, but then he ended up getting selling drugs to a undercover. It's crazy work, Kenny Cap.
In federal prison right after he got released from jail, I think for that murder. This Reddit post says, what is Kenny Caps known for? I'm for real don't know. Going to jail for something he didn't do. The shooting at Reigns where Spaz was killed. He was at the Out East reunion where Trey D died. He was allegedly in the car when Papa and his people got hit. As get back for Trey D, he was locked in case Shardy, Bibby, Mitch. Him and Bibbs got in a fight at the high school. So if he actually testifies, that's going to be crazy. I don't know if the defense will call him or not. We don't know. And then Sergeant Aaron Campbell from Tampa Police Department, another witness on the defense witness list. So the defense clearly has some plans to do something because they're going to need a Hail Mary or else this girl's probably cooked. I'd say.
Yeah. Shout out to Cub Boys for their content. It was some good content right there. I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty dope. So once again, there was an insight of how they actually got the drop. Like someone's making jail calls like the day of or the day after. Like it's crazy. But one thing about it, them guys had on the 1200 gang and the 600 gang had heavy, surveillance on them, from time to time. So I guess they probably automatically knew if something happened to Julio that it was going to be 1200. So she did get found. Alicia Andrews did get found guilty for manslaughter. And like I said earlier, manslaughter carries a maximum of 15 years in the state of Florida. And just for sake keeps, Florida law says the unaliving of another person without premeditated malice does mean the act of killing, unaliving, may have been intentional, but it was not planned. Which once again, she beat the conspiracy and the first degree murder. So it's better than life. It's better than life. So I think at the end of the day, she won. I know she might rather to beat the charge altogether, but she took a chance and got on that stand, and I think that's what saved her. She was humanized, and she really held her composure to have her life in front of her hands. But I'm not gonna bore you and talk about that. We're gonna go ahead and go to the next video. So we're gonna show where the detectives was on the stand about the evidence that was found. I think it was in her telephone. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Jesus.
Current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit
And how long have you been in the Cybercrimes Unit?
since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your
Yeah,
day-to-day
but
duties
please hit
are.
that like button for me, please.
So when I originally started in the Cybercrimes Unit, it was more focused
appreciate
on internet crimes against
people that's in
children,
here.
which
Greatly
is a
appreciate it.
task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases, and eventually the Cybercrimes Unit now includes digital forensics and internet crimes against children. So my responsibility is probably 50-50 on both now.
What training and experience do you have in the area of actually analyzing these types of evidence?
So I've taken multiple classes with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crimes, and then individually for like specific tools. Main one being Celebrite, where I've completed the physical operator and analysis. certified forensic repair technician, and then with Axiom, I've done multiple classes for computers and then cloud extractions, and then also received certifications with IASIS, which is more specific on Windows computers, and then the forensics of going through the deep artifacts of the devices.
Okay, so I'm going to break down a couple of those things. You mentioned something called Axiom and something called Celebrite. What are those?
Those are what I refer to as analytic tools, which you can, one part of their tool gets the extraction from the devices, and then they also sell another tool that actually parses out the extractions into something you can view.
How is it that you're able to use those programs to analyze, for example, a return instead of a physical device?
So again, it's a tool. So if we get a return from, like in this case, an Apple, you ask for the Apple Cloud backup through a search warrant or consent, and then they'll give you back typically what's a zip file or multiple zip files, where if someone's Apple iPhone, they've decided to back up different things such as like contacts, messages, pictures, all different categories. When they back that up, it goes to Apple, and then Apple gives that to us on whichever legal authority we choose. And then typically those companies give it back in the same format every time. So then these third-party companies, Axiom or Celebrite, know what that format is, and then they write the software to then parse it out to where we can then view it.
Is it safe to say it's kind of like taking the file and dropping it into the program as an ability for you to read it instead of a bunch of code?
Correct. It's more in zip files, and then maybe it could be in JSON files or Excel spreadsheets, and it basically just pulls it out into something to where you would view it the same. So where a text message, when you typically look at it on your phone, it's kind of in order and there might be a color associated with sender and receiver. These tools kind of do the same thing. It puts it more into a format that you're used to seeing it in versus just in a bunch of lines.
In the format that you're able to see the information once it's actually uploaded, do you have categories that you can click on to look at specific types of information?
Correct. These programs, being Axiom or Celebrite, they decide what categories they're going to categorize the artifacts into. Excuse me. And yes, so you'll see messages, photographs, videos, things like that.
And are you familiar with the process of backing up your device to the cloud or to iCloud?
Yes.
Are you able to select certain items to back up, or are you required to back up the entire device?
You can choose to.
And I'd like to add, this prosecutor was so long-winded. Like, she was worse than Prosecutor Love on the YSL case. Very, very long-winded. And I think even at some point in closing arguments, both her closing arguments and her redirect, she probably lost some of the jurors. That's how long-winded she was. Let's go.
Back up individual things, or none of it, or all of it.
So you could choose contacts and photos and nothing else.
Yes.
And are you able to tell us, did you have some involvement in the investigation, in this investigation as it relates to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Were you tasked with reviewing some either returns or Celebrite Axiom reports from some devices or returns in this case?
Yes.
I want to start first with whether you received a return from Apple iCloud in this case.
Yes.
Did you receive more than one?
Yes.
Would the first return that you received for analysis from Apple iCloud be alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com, or one of them?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
We're about to get into
And did you also receive a return for rockoutsean with 2 N's at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Do you select which software you're going to use if you receive these types of returns?
I have a software that I typically use. Again, these softwares, they're being written constantly with the updates. So it kind of goes on whatever at that moment is the best tool at the time for what I use. But I will often ask the detective what they would prefer to have it in, because they have to review it, and whatever they're most comfortable using as well might depend on which tool I decide to use.
When a report is actually extracted, so say you find a photo or a message that you'd like.
Yes.
When that's extracted, does that extracted report look different if you're using Axiom versus you're using Celebrite?
Yes.
And is that just a visual difference?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, has there been a significant difference in the data itself?
The raw data, no, but again, each tool is written by two different companies, so what data might be parsed out by one company might be different than another in terms of, I'll try to keep it simple, where TikTok is somewhat newer. So let's say one tool has written code to parse TikTok where another one has not. It doesn't mean that the data, the raw data isn't there in the extraction. It just means one tool was written to parse it where the other one hasn't.
In this case, since we'll just limit those readers to what was utilized in this case, so that would still be Axiom and Cellbrite, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review Cellbrite reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department for a device that was obtained in a search warrant there?
Yes.
And would that have been from Red with 3Ds 03 at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Additionally, did you have an opportunity to review the Cellbrite report for Rockout Sean at iCloud.com, the same one that you had an Axiom extraction from iCloud for?
It wasn't an extraction, a return from Apple,
excuse me.
but yes.
So you've had an opportunity at least to review those three separate things
Yes.
and the contents therein.
Yes.
I want to start first with the Apple ID Red 03 at iCloud.com. Are you familiar from which that came, where that came from, excuse me?
I believe that was from the Jacksonville Cellbrite report.
Permission to approach on it? Yes. I'm going to show you, it's been marked states 76, A through B.
Yes.
I'm also going to show you states 75.
Okay.
Did 76, at least A through B, contain the device information that was from the Cellbrite report, as well as some of the contents from that device for which you've reviewed?
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 76, A through B, 1 through 4, and 8.
Any objection other than the previously made objections?
No further objections.
Okay. Same ruling, admitted.
Now, I've asked you about whether this Cellbrite extraction had some kind of related ID, and showing you states 76A. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these are mostly identifiers or information about the device itself. So you can see the model number towards the top. But that's not a model number that you typically see. So the model number, I don't want to say typically see, but that's something that's more forensically or a model that's given to by Apple as far as build number to the software. The typical model you'll see is detected phone model, which was a iPhone 14. And then the iOS version, which is 17.5.1. The MSI SDN is the phone number that's associated with that device. And then you'll see the IMEI a little bit further up there that starts with 350. That's what most people would commonly refer to as the serial number to the device. It's specific to that device.
Okay, so if we break that down just a little bit slower, you mentioned that there is a phone number that's associated. Is that what we're seeing here with this last use, MSISDN?
Yes.
And then the Apple ID that we referred to as it related to this particular Cellbrite report was red with 3Ds, 03 at iCloud.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if I'm there. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right, and are we talking about the information that's included right here?
Yes.
Now, are these device reports able to be downloaded typically from your standard Cellbrite extraction? So are you able to get this kind of summary with a report with this information about the device, the phone number, the Apple ID, typically when you use Cellbrite?
When you use either Cellbrite or Gray Key and you do an extraction, when you parse that extraction out in the Cellbrite tool, this is what's
Once again, this is Alicia Andrews' text messages in the phone.
generated by Cellbrite.
And is this something that you can look to determine identifying information for whatever the extraction is you're looking at?
Yes.
Does that also include specific account identifiers? So for example, if there is an Instagram account that's documented on the phone or a TikTok account, is that information that can be included on these device reports?
Yes.
And do we see an example of that here with the Instagram at
Yeah, that's
14,
great
line
work.
14?
Yes. Instagram has identified, I'm sorry, Cellbrite has identified an account associated with Instagram and then the usernames.
At the top of these columns that are provided in the device report, are there several different categories of information that have been created by the Cellbrite software?
Yes.
And does that include creation time as well?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me anything about that, creation time?
Not specifically that one, no.
Okay. What about UTC in the creation time itself?
Yes, so UTC refers to Coordinated Universal Time. So to put it in the easiest explanation is that all of the times, as far as we're concerned, is generally around Greenwich, England. So just say England as a specific place. So we're currently in Eastern Standard Time. So depending on daylight savings time, we're either -4 or -5 hours from England. So if it was midnight, it would be 4 hours behind, and then pretty soon we'll be in fall, so we fall back another hour, and it would be 5 hours back. So forensically, we often leave stuff in UTC time when you look at it, because it makes it easier when people are communicating all over the world, and you want to make it relative to where we're currently at in Eastern Standard Time. It just makes it easier when you're doing things on a time log.
And that is what you prefer in forensics when you all look at the information?
It makes it easier because if someone in, let's say, California was talking to someone in Florida and you're using two different time zones while trying to tell a story, it makes it very difficult. So we try to leave it all in one time zone.
What about for the detectives that you work with day to day? Does it make it easier for them to do the calculations when you actually provide these reports to them, or do they contact you often to have assistance?
There are ways to, in the report, to convert it, to make it easier for them, but often you'll see, like you see right here, is UTC +0, meaning that there is no, the time isn't altered at all. It is in UTC time, so it being June, to be in Eastern Standard Time, you would have to -4 hours from the time you see.
Now, I'll show you some examples of that modification here in a bit, but there is ultimately a way for the device for you to update the time zone to the current time zone or the time zone that the device is in.
So
Told y'all she's long-winded.
the time zone that the device is in, I would say the time zone where you're at would be more correct, because the problem with time the device is in, the device doesn't store in what we refer to in forensics as local time. So if the device is in Florida today, but California tomorrow, it doesn't store it in those two time zones. It stores it in UTC or whatever time it is, but it comes back to a UTC time. And then based on where your phone's time zone is set, which often is automatically set, but you can go in and manually set it as well, it will -4 or 5 if you're in Eastern time zone, and that's what you see on your device, but it's not stored in your local time zone.
But you are able, there is a mechanism to view the information that is pulled or view the report with the modification from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Correct. This tool, Celebrite, is used worldwide. So depending on what time zone you are in, you can choose to set it at -4 for Eastern Standard Time or -8 for Pacific Time. So you can go in there and go, hey, I want to view it in the time zone for the state I'm currently in, and it'll alter those times accordingly.
There's been no request of you or no evidence to suggest or support that there were any devices provided to you where there needed to be a calculation for Central Time or Pacific or anything like that in this case?
No.
Now, and again, looking at the identifying information from this report, was there also something in line 16 as it related to a TikTok and the user ID information from there?
Yes.
What is the information that were provided from the TikTok column here under the user ID?
It shows the user ID also being, I believe, Alicia Andrews 72.
Now, when you look at specific items from inside of this report, are you actually able to pull, for example, a text message communication?
Yes.
Showing you states 76B.
All right, we're about to get into it.
What is it that we're looking at here? What type of report?
This is also a Celebrite report, and it shows a conversation or at least some messages that were sent and received.
What is it that you can tell me about the timestamps, if any, on these messages that are depicted on the screen from June 21st of 2024 at 10:56 p.m.?
Same thing I mentioned before. They're in UTC, so they're going to be 4 hours different than what would be Eastern Standard Time from where we're currently at. So being 10:56 p.m., it would, I believe, be 6:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When you actually look to the message itself, are you able to determine who the sender is, or are there any markings or indications on the messages which would indicate who the sender is versus who is receiving the messages?
Yes, oftentimes will say to and from. In these scenarios, this isn't text messages. I believe these are actually just messages by...
I can go back to the first page related to Miss Adore.
Yeah, so I was looking at the numbers at the top, which are often the account numbers associated with either Instagram or Facebook. And it looks like, so as I was saying, that all of the files that come in from Apple, they're in a bunch of smaller zip files. So underneath where it says source extraction, that is the actual zip file that these messages are coming through or being pulled from by Celebrite. And you'll see towards the very bottom, it'll say group.com.bourbon, B-U-R-B-N, and then Instagram plist. So these messages are actually being pulled from that file, which is a plist file, which is associated with Instagram. So looking at that, I know that those are Instagram account numbers, and then those are the display names. So Miss Adore would be the display name of that Instagram account that sent that message to whoever the other person is.
And then in that device information that we were looking at from 76A, are you also able in the account name column to confirm what you were looking at there from that source information as well? The same name at least depicted there.
Yes.
And these, again, messages were in UTC time, at least as extracted here.
Yes.
In states 76B2, is there also a category for something called transfers that you can extract the Celebrite report for?
Yes.
And what is it? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Still, the data that comes in allows for some categories Are these categories that are provided by the program or something that you would input or add?
No, these are all, like I mentioned earlier, that Celebrite, the company, has parsed out whichever file contains this information, and they choose which category to display them in.
Now, in this particular case, there's a source column, but it doesn't look like that long source code that we were looking at from the last exhibit. Is that different?
It's just showing that it came from Cash App. It did come from a longer source file or file path. It's just not displayed here.
And what, are you familiar with Cash App?
Yes.
Is that a money transfer application?
Yes.
In states 76B, are you able to see that?
Yes.
When we're looking at the file info from 76B, are you able to tell me anything as it relates to the name of the file?
Yes, the file name is img_001.heic.
And does the HEIC, is that indicative of anything for you?
I don't know what it stands for, but I know that HEIC is commonly a file extension for a picture file associated with Apple devices.
So for like a document, you would have .pdf or .doc or something. Is it, for just a layperson when we're looking at it, you recognize HEIC as .hcic being consistent with a photograph or
Yes.
pictorial evidence? When we see the thumbnail associated here, are you able, when viewing the information, to actually look at that image in a larger capacity?
Yes.
Does that mean that this thumbnail here that it's given to you, does that mean that that was the original size of the item or anything like that?
No, the original size says the bytes right there. It tells you how big the file is. That's just simply, like you said, it's a thumbnail image. It's a small image, just like when you go through your photos on, if you have an iPhone or an Android, you don't look at one photo at a time. You can probably look at 30 to 40 photos. All of those photos are also saved in those smaller sizes so you can quickly view them, and those are called thumbnail images. But the actual image itself is much larger typically.
Come on, let's get to the good stuff, man. Let's go. The first of the month, I get up. The first of the month.
Can you see that all right?
Yes.
From that file itself, was this image consistent with the thumbnail attached to that extraction?
Yes.
And you can't tell me about the circumstances from which this photograph was taken.
No.
Can you simply tell me that this is a photograph that was on the device
Yes.
and was depicted in the extraction report?
Yes.
Do you have information about at least the created
So there was a picture. It looked like you think somebody some pictures, I guess / could be screenshot of the just giving somebody access to all your accounts. That's strange. Let's go.
modified access dates here as it relates to this particular thumbnail?
I'm not sure if that refers to the thumbnail or the actual photo itself. I believe it refers to the actual photo, which is the created of 6/26/24. I believe the thumbnail is actually just generated by Celebrite.
Yes, I apologize.
the-
I mean for the photo.
Yeah, so the artifact itself being the larger image we just saw, the created, modified, and accessed is associated with the photo, but then the metadata below is the data about the photo itself. So you can see that the capture time, probably the original time that photo was created, matches the created and modified.
And for this specific photograph, there is a capture time that it also reflects camera phone and iPhone 14. Were those consistent with the device information from the first exhibit that we looked at 76A?
I don't recall if it was an iPhone 14.
In looking at in looking at state 76A, does it refresh your recollection as to the device model for this extraction?
Yes, it would be the same model then.
Did the capture time of 8:35 p.m., is that indicative of UTC time in looking at the actual created modified access information?
So the time is about 2 minutes difference, but I'm not sure if the capture time below is in UTC, but using the created modified times, it would appear that it would be in UTC.
How about as it relates to the image that was actually captured itself? Is there any information from the image itself that we're able to ascertain regarding the potential time that it was captured?
Yes, the phone itself shows that it was 8:35.
In looking
The
at
picture of the new password, so he wouldn't forget them.
States
Yeah.
Exhibit 76B8, can you tell me how this type of an extraction, even though we still see the blue and the green boxes, would be different from the one that we looked at from Instagram? Does this one have phone numbers for the participants instead of ID numbers or?
Yes,
Okay. And are you able to see the phone numbers on this report itself?
yes,
Are those phone numbers depicted here?
yes.
And with owner, is that indicative of the device from which this information came from?
It is.
You mentioned when we were looking at the Instagram messages that there's a to or a from. Do we have that information in
My
each
new
of the
number,
top
save
of
it.
the chat bubbles that we see
Least.
here photographed or depicted?
Yeah, switch phone. And she did switch phones, like that was gonna work.
Can you tell me from whom the top message came from and what, if anything, it said?
It shows it came from the owner's device to the phone number ending in 7558. And did you want me to read the actual
The
message
content of the
itself?
message, if
Okay.
you would.
Says, if you get a iPhone and you have a Android, you can switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade.
Did that same message that's captured there in green also, or that same sender also send the next message that's captured in green?
Yes,
And does that one indicate anything was actually sent as far as content as well?
as far as the message goes, it says like your pictures and stuff.
And was there any response or message back to this device captured in this chat?
Yeah, it shows that the message received was about a minute later. And it just says, switch and bring your hard-headed self home.
Wow, you called him hard-headed. Interesting.
That message, those messages that we just looked at, 76B8, were those in UTC time consistent with the device being or sending these messages at 8:39 p.m. on June 26th?
Yeah, so this report or what you're viewing here has been converted to Eastern Standard Time. So the times would reflect Eastern Standard Time, and that's what the -4 means.
And lastly, for this device, from state 76B4, is this another one of those messages where you're able to tell us whether it was between devices with a number or on some kind of social media account?
This is from devices with phone numbers.
What is the timestamp that is related to the first message that's sent?
It is 8:42 p.m. and it's in Eastern Standard Time.
And was there a response from someone to this device?
Yes.
And what was that?
How do I know this is you?
Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 2 of that same exhibit and how
It's
it
funny
differs
to
from
ask
the other
that question
chats?
because
This is just a,
they will you get captured, and believe it or not, sometimes police are actually go on your phone and actually be texting people like it's you. They was hip, and a lot of people get caught like that, but it hip. And look at her with the peace signs. Here I go. It's me.
obviously a picture message that was sent as an attachment in the message.
And again, are you able to, when you see something that size, look at a larger depiction of that?
Yes.
Is that what was reflected there?
Yes.
And was the timestamp able to be deciphered from the information included on that message?
Yes.
And when was that message sent from this owner's device?
9:17 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time.
In addition to the Celebrite for Red 03, did you have an opportunity to review an Axiom extraction as well? That was a return from iCloud.
Yes.
I'm showing you 75B. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it is that we are seeing in the overview report in 75B?
Yes, this is, the overview is all the individual files that comes back from Apple, and then they're parsed out by, in this case, Axiom.
So do the extractions that come from, or the returns that come from iCloud, when you pop them into Axiom, do they look a little bit different visually than the Celebrite reports that we just looked at?
Yes, the individual company decides how they want to display the information when they parse it.
What, if anything, are you able to tell me about each of these 3 files? Can you view them together when you actually use the software?
Yes.
And do you have the same option to look at tabs or categories within the information when you use it?
Yes.
And publishing states 75C. Now, how is it that you, from an Axiom extraction or report, are able to determine where or what category the information came from?
It would have the same file path at the end. It would show you exactly where it pulled from. Maybe not necessarily in this PDF or printed version of it, but on the tool itself, it would let you.
Are you able, from the actual report that gets extracted, to decipher some information about its originating location?
Yes.
What is Text Now Chat?
Text Now is a voice over IP application that allows you to send text messages and phone calls, receive phone calls, basically over the internet. So as long as you have cellular data or hooked up to Wi-Fi, you can download the application and basically request a phone number and then make phone calls and text messages using the application instead of the native phone number assigned to that phone.
Is that different from sending a text message or a call from your device?
It would still be from the device, but through an application.
So you would use the phone, but you'd be using an app?
Yes.
Now, if I called you in that app, would my phone number to you be the same as my phone number that AT&T gave me if I select a number?
It'd be whatever phone number that Text Now provided to you.
But it is not the same as an extraction, for example, from the instant messages from a device or the iMessages.
No.
Was there in state 75C1 an extraction
Talking about,
report from the Axiom for this device?
BITCH, you're a sicko. Why are you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad and make people comfortable I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out of the elfin blue. Why the elf are you acting like this? Like it's my problem. You just wanted to have a reason to talk to them ugly bees. You there and stable in the head for no what? You there to talk to everybody you come across and touch you, elf them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for relationships, even when I didn't do shit to you, shit to your ASS or start a conversation, you still effing mad. The elf. All right. She fussing.
Yes.
And is this device the alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com?
This is not a device, but a
Return
iCloud
from
return.
iCloud, so
Yes.
data from them.
Yes.
And would that have been from that Alicia Andrews 03@Yahoo?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is it that we're looking at?
This is just text messages or messages that the Axiom tool has pulled from that iCloud extraction.
Is it possible that this isn't the entirety of all of the messages that go back and forth?
Yes.
Are you able to select some messages by date or timestamps, anything like that?
Yeah, you can filter within the tool to only certain messages, and then sometimes only certain messages are backed up. So you don't always get the full conversation, or you can filter it down to just portions yourself.
And coming from this return from the email for Alicia Andrews 03, what does the information that's provided in these chat bubbles tell us?
It just tells me that this message was sent to someone at that date and time.
And are you able to tell me anything about where the device came from? I mean, where the information came from? Was this message sent from this device, this report, to another person?
Yes, I can't tell right now, but it looks like it might possibly be a contact that says me, or I'm not sure if that's referring to the individual device. I've never seen me on a report before, so it might be a contact saved as me, but I'm not sure.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Martinez? Should I turn it off?
That's why I read it. I ain't think I really don't know the purpose. Just to try to cover the conversation. You got a lot of notes written now.
Are you able to tell me about the dates that this message was sent?
Yes, it shows that it was 6/17/2024 at 11:44 and 11:47 a.m.
Now, as we move through this exhibit, all of these exhibits would have come from the data from the iCloud return that you received for the Alicia Andrews 03@Yahoo account. Is that correct?
Yes.
In 75C4, is this image that's being depicted here from page 4 different in some way than you would see for a traditional image? Like if it was a photograph?
This image that we see here isn't actually an image, it's a video file, but the Axiom tool, so in my investigations, we go through hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos. So instead of having to watch each individual video as you go through the tool, Axiom will display what's a preview of the video by giving you 8 frames from the video to give you a general idea what might be in that video. So you don't have to necessarily watch every single video just to find out what's in it. It'll
Oh, wow.
give you a preview, which is what Axiom has done here, and then you could go watch the video itself. So in this case, we're looking at a preview that was generated by Axiom of the actual video file.
Are you able to actually see the full video or even grab some of the frames from the video when you're pulling an extraction report?
Yes,
And is that what's indicated here from that same video?
correct.
Just a screenshot, basically, if we're using layman's terms.
Yes, and I think even when you go back to the still frames where there was the 8 different frames from that video, you can see that it's very similar.
Are you able to tell me anything about the date and time that this video was preserved from the data or file path, file information here?
It just shows the last modified and then, more importantly, the EXIF created. And how we mentioned earlier, the EXIF data is more data about the file itself versus a lot of times when you see created, access, and modified, that refers to that file being in a specific place at that date and time. So if you put a folder on your computer and you make a copy of that folder and put it somewhere else in your computer, those created date and times will be different because it's whenever you copied and pasted it. But the EXIF is specific to when that video file itself was created. So typically, forensically, that's the one we try to focus on if it's available, and in this instance it is, which is 6/22/24 at 5:26 p.m.
And are you able to say that that is also Eastern Standard Time based on the UTC information also provided?
Yes.
Publishing 75C5 from the same iPod return. Is this an actual either screenshot or an image on the device different from what we've just seen reflected as a video?
Yes.
Is there a time reflected in the screenshot itself?
Yes, 2:58.
And is there data associated with the screenshot itself?
Yes.
On this particular screenshot, this one has a PNG label. How is that different from what we saw before?
PNG is often associated with screenshots when it comes to Apple devices. So if you do a screenshot on an Apple device, it'll save it as a PNG versus the HEIC file.
The EXIF data for this one is depicted down here. Is that the same EXIF data for date and time that we would be looking at?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me what the EXIF data tells us about this particular screenshot?
It shows the original date and time to be 6/23 at 2:58 p.m. Or I'm sorry, yeah, p.m.
PM?
I'm sorry, no. So 2:58. I was looking at the top. So 2:58. There is no p.m. or a.m. associated with it.
In 75C6, are you able to see that? Record 1 of 75C6.
Yes.
All right, and do you know, or can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture, but I don't know who it is or where it came from.
Are you familiar with the photo application in an iPhone or Samsung device?
Yes.
And do you have the options, which we can see at the bottom right here, of taking a photo or selecting a photo option?
I believe that's just a selfie cam. I'm not sure if that's taking a photo or selecting a photo.
To flip the camera on
Yeah.
the photo app?
Yes.
But is this, so if I clicked on or took my phone and clicked on the little camera that's on the home screen, I can open
I think that's when they was tracking down Julio sending a picture um at that party he was at. Let's go.
that to access the camera?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here, a camera access from one of these devices or a device of some kind?
It appears to be consistent with taking a photo with a device, but I'm not sure what application it's being used from.
While you are utilizing your phone's camera, whether it's front facing or rear facing, are you still able to take a screenshot?
Yes.
What information, if any, did this particular item provide to us regarding the date of the original?
The original date showing 6/23 at 4:10.
And I'm sorry, is that PM or AM, or do you know?
It doesn't show an AM or PM.
Are you able to tell us about the ability to have military time or standard time? Tell us the difference between those two things.
You can select military or standard on your phone, how it's displayed. And basically that being on military time is from 0000 all the way up to 2400 or 2359. So basically there is no AM or PM with military time.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
That's what y'all approaching for. And she got a journal over there. She really been taking note. I don't blame her though. Her life is on the line.
In 75C7, are you able to tell us anything about this return from iCloud as it relates to information from Instagram?
Just that, is this from, we're still talking about the iCloud return?
Yes, the same return from alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com.
Yeah, so again, Axiom being the tool that we used in this one, it identified different, I'm trying to think where it came, or see where it came from, different accounts associated with, it looks like Instagram.
Does Axiom allow for information regarding followers and following when it gives you a return from Instagram or information from Instagram?
I cannot tell if these are follows or following, but it's obviously information that's backed up to Apple.
When you make a full download as it relates to the Instagram profiles, followers or following, are you able to review the file path and the file information to assess whether there's following, followers, followed by? Those categories that Axiom gives you.
Yeah, so in this scenario, yes, you can see what Axiom has parsed out, and it shows that the account associated with that Apple account, that cloud account, there are artifacts associated with Instagram showing that that account is following that username at the top, and you can see where it says following, yes, but they're not being followed back by that same account.
So following, yes.
Yes,
The username account, Young and Ace.
yes,
Followed by, no.
correct.
Look where they
There are
Hold up.
3 of these records. Is the difference between having record 1, record 2, and record 3, which indicate the same, each of the iCloud returns that we saw in the beginning?
what was the hell she doing messaging? Wow. Young and Ace. Interesting. Okay. Ace, be careful, man. Or it may be too late. Your name got called a whole lot in this trial.
Here, when we were looking at the backup evidence.
But it's not against the law to
I'm not
follow
sure.
him, right?
At the
So
first page, let me go back.
I'm not sure what the difference is between the three records are. That would be Axiom parsed it out, whether that information is in three different locations or it's just repeating information that's the same information in three different locations.
If the path matches source information
I think he
from
may have a RICO coming.
this file, the second file, and this third file from page 3 of the evidence overview, does that lead you to believe that they are, in reviewing the contents of each of these zips, representative of that following for each of the returns from each one of those files?
So it would be more from the source.
man, that's
And I
big
can
right there.
see that the source looks, when there's a lot of numbers in there to tell you exactly the same. But
She's
it looks like the source might be a little bit different, and that's why you have.
Young and Ace is following.
Okay, and then when you see the evidence number or information, is that referring to the
Following
file that is
her.
provided from iCloud?
Not following
Yes,
him. Interesting.
but in there are both multiple different folders, and you see that where it says source here, being the original one, and then there's that number, the 1295723, and then there's folder and subfolder and subfolder. So every line that you see is another folder within that folder. So every slash mark.
Man, that's crazy.
In 75C8, do we have the same type of following report?
So anybody listening, they want to drop down. So they showed that after the picture was sent, or they were trying to say that, or did they just run it together? Are they trying to say that that picture was sent to Young and Ace? Or I'm just putting it together. Because you remember that picture of where they had the party at the hotel. That's what they was talking about prior to that.
Or information that was pulled from Axiom, page 4 of that exhibit, for username Julio Fulio.
Correct.
And do we still have or also have those columns regarding following and is followed by?
Yes.
As it relates to this particular account, what was the account following?
The device account was following the Julio Fulio, but Julio Fulio's account was not following back the user's device or user's account.
Keeping up with the op. All right, Alicia. He was following him, but he did not follow her back.
No. Are you also able to, as we could see from the device report and the Cellbrite data, or the reports that we had, are you also able to select photographs that you can pull reports for?
Yes.
And looking at this photograph,
So there's also how it could have been getting the drop. Knew exactly where it worked. How he did post it on his Instagram. He, from where he, excuse me, from where he very first started at. Okay, Alicia, I see you. You escaped that life sentence though, but it's looking like you deserve something. But let's go.
graph that's depicted in 75C9, was there information associated with that photo which would allow you to be able to tell when the photo was captured?
Yes.
And what information is that, and can you relay that for us?
So, again, forensically, we often focus on the EXIF data, which is data about the data itself, not necessarily when that photo was placed on that device or that cloud. But here you can see that when the photo was taken, it captured a lot of information, Latin long being exactly where GPS put that photograph being taken, what model phone took it, and it looks like even it tells you which camera it would have taken it with, being the dual wide camera, which is typically seen on the back of a device, versus the selfie camera or the front facing.
It's crazy. These phones are scary, man.
And can this data, because
Mercy.
it's been an iCloud backup, be something that came from a different device? When we saw Cellbrite, we saw a model number and an iPhone and those types of things. Can this be a different device just stored to the cloud?
It could simply be someone sent you the picture and it's stored on your device, but it just got backed up to the cloud even though another photo or another phone took the photo.
Can it be your device having taken the photo?
If you have multiple devices with the same account, cloud account, yes, it could all be backed up. But it could also be a photo taken with someone else's phone and then you've stored it or saved it on your device and it kept all that same EXIF information and also got backed up because now it's on your device that is being backed up.
If I have my same iCloud account from high school up till now,
Yeah.
will every phone that I've used and backed up to that same iCloud account still be reflected? Those photos from older phones are still in my iCloud.
It's possible. That's a better question for Apple, how long that they store stuff for.
But you
Or-
can have different devices that back up to the cloud.
Yes.
Is this a larger version of that photograph that was depicted in the last exhibit?
Yes.
That is
Same
insane.
exhibit, was there an image captured April 15th of 2023?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
In 75C10, can you tell us what it is that this is representative of?
These look like text messages between two devices.
So these look different than what we looked at from Cellbrite. We don't have the convenience of the blue and the green. How do you know that the messages are going back and forth? Is there something about their placement?
Yeah, so Axiom will place them typically right and left to try to make it look more like what you would see on the device. Sometimes there's colors that make it a little bit easier to see, which I don't see here. But you can also see received at the top where those ones are being received by that cloud account information and it says unknown direction. So probably didn't parse or it wasn't provided in the plist files or databases that were given.
But there is a number associated with the received by,
Yes.
and then the unknown direction, can that be from this person responding back to that received by?
Well, received from, I believe, is the top number. Like that was, they received that message from that number.
Yes, so if this message, text message is received from number ending
Right.
7534, is this the owner or user responding to 7534?
Correct. Often there isn't a number associated with the received by because the owner of the phone is simply the owner, doesn't need to store its own number.
Interesting.
Are you able to tell me about the date and time from which I Don't Like the Town Center was received to this iCloud?
It shows April 10th of 2023 at 8:38 p.m.
Was there a response to that message?
Yes.
What was that?
You hate everywhere with an emoji, we don't gotta sit in.
I'm trying to have a little date. Okay.
Did the number ending in 7534 send a reply to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
23 got killed in the town center. That's why I'm like out there.
We still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this iCloud,
Yes.
and we see their responses on the right from the person with this device.
Yes.
Lastly, was there an image from the SciCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
I don't know. This is my first time hearing that part of the testimony. I guess it is true what a lot of people were saying. Like it was like what direction were they really trying to go with? Not just overwhelmingly, but a lot of circumstantial stuff. But I don't see nothing damning, which maybe why they didn't get her for you know, conspiracy and or, you know, him in the first. So we're actually gonna hear what she has to say herself. So let's go there. Now I did have the privy of hearing some of this, not all of it. And I was impressed of her being actually so young and what she facing and how she handled herself. Well, let's go. Let's see what she's talking about. This Alicia Andrews, first one on trial for the Julio Fulio case. She did get found guilty today with manslaughter. She faced a maximum of 15 years. So it can be anywhere up into 15 years.
Of 2023, when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head.
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for,
He needed
just
some space,
more
right?
support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after their friend died?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if he don't want me there, I'm not gonna go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not gonna just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his...
Oh, they're trying to cook. So a lot of people saying they didn't get this line of question. I get it. Trying to say that she would have had a motive that the person she was texting was upset about it. And if they was upset, maybe she would be too. Let's go.
good friend Tilly was killed.
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe he went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, you had conversations on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, about it, and you deleted the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you, with looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023, refresh your recollection?
Merce.
See that conversation?
Yes, such a
Yes, ma'am.
poker face.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Fulio Charles Jones on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And and it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time, on October 8th, now that we're talking, the
Yes.
day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
He says
No
to
different with
you,
acts and announcing.
don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what
Okay,
you want me to
Alicia.
do.
Okay.
So when he's devastated
I like that
because
answer.
his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say
I think the prosecutor underestimated
direct
Alicia.
response to that, you're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. It was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Fulio, and they specifically talk about this beef, you lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it would be in
And-
Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
and also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet. That's something that you lived through, right?
I lived through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Dating him when at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay. But you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But
I know there's not no any reward for this, maybe morally, but she stays solid. Like I said, I don't know if it's a reward for it. In fact, it's not. And she could spend the next up to 15 years, her life, and missing out on her newly born child, you know what I'm saying? Her young child, should I say. But she's very posed. I think she substitute teacher, very well spoken, very posed and straight poker face. And I think this prosecutor actually underestimated Alicia.
again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
Overruled.
And you know that Bibby has been killed,
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
and you yourself know about it.
Yes, it was on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes.
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
Yes.
And your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
Yeah, he's connected, not me. So,
But you know about it.
yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning, they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about, and I didn't want to be in the middle of that. I don't know for sure if any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. I don't know, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before, though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm saying as soon as it started, when I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's why I was assuming I was going to jail for it. I later ended up in a room with two guys. So I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness of what you were being questioned about.
Yes.
You would agree with that statement. Multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
Yes.
And they asked you for details about who was involved, and they started showing you evidence.
Yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell him that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do that job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, You understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't.
See, that's what I have a problem with. You don't want to be in the middle of it, but you and your boyfriend was the one that was tracking and following it and giving the location of Julio the whole night before he got taken out. The whole night. Rode right by him to confirm and was right there when he got hit. Okay, Alicia, but let's go.
I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? And are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that
I
effect?
said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of night. So I couldn't go nowhere.
He never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes.
You live with two loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
Yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time, so I told them.
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
Yes.
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says, is that correct?
At times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore. Is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but I'm
You
not.
think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he is locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in this jail. He sends me verbal messages in where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know his ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like, literally before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jumped. So I just do what I have to do.
You were also safely in jail. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I wouldn't say safely. You can get in a fight at any time.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies. Is that correct?
Yes, all of them don't do their job also, so.
And we're not talking about your safety from other people. We're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
no, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call him like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm gonna call.
It's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Yes, and like I said, it goes back to me keeping him happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm sitting here. If he gets mad, if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it was Alicia, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. He wants me to call, he wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know, I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says, call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages which could be called sexting.
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
I get it. She still got a child behind though.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, that's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised, and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
Okay. So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get it through your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see.
Stay strong for what?
Recently is June 27th of 2025. Did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit? I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Oh shit.
Said what?
Did you say to him, half of their witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit? I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Damn.
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him.
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't
That's not what you're referring
talked about
to?
that, no. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, of 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to, and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people too, but him too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the other messages when he asks this. He says, can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?
So at some point, when I say you guys are off and on, there are times where he doesn't want to talk to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
At times,
And there are times that he blocks you, right?
yes.
And right before, let's talk about June 17th of 2024, right? This is
Yes.
within a couple of weeks of this happening, right?
I think a couple of days, yeah.
June 17th, 2024, he blocked you. So you got to resort to a text now chat, right? That's not a normal means of texting on an iPhone, right? This is a special app.
Yeah, that's the app, but pertaining to him, I always text on text now when he blocks me.
So he's blocked you before, right?
Yes, whenever he's mad, he blocks me.
So
That's
sometimes he's
normal
ended
relationships,
communication and broken
sometimes.
up with you, right?
Not broken up, he just goes off for a day or two.
And
Let's
so
go,
what
Elise.
can you read to the jury what it is you texted this person that you're afraid of?
Oh, I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable.
You need to speak, I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, the court reporter's got to take down what you're
My
saying,
bad.
so you got to speak real slow, okay?
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk. I messed up when I was typing. To talk to ugly bitches you talk to. Everybody you come across and you touch, you fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation, you still fucking mad. The fuck. And then I said, and you acting like I'm not pregnant. You gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your attitude. And I said, bye, bitch.
So this reconciliation you're talking about, this is what he is trying to stop communication with you, right?
This is one of the things he do. So when you say stop communication, he just disappears for a day. He doesn't even really mean it. He's gonna pop up the next day and be like, what you doing?
So you weren't trying to make this jury think when you first testified that there was domestic violence in your relationship and this reconciliation was you trying to get back with him and him trying to reconcile with you because of something he did, right?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yes, I can. You're not trying to make this jury believe that he was the one trying to reconcile with you after he hit you or something, are you?
I don't know what you mean by that pertaining to the message. I'm just cursing him out.
No, I said when you guys get back together, I thought you told the defense attorney on your direct that this was some kind of reconciliation trip. You
It
guys
was.
trying to get back together, right?
It was after I sent that, he did eventually end up texting me, not on there, but he texted my phone and we're back cool. We always do that.
And why is his little brother coming on this reconciliation trip with you?
I mean, I don't know that. That's something you have to ask him. I didn't know he was even going.
But you know why you were going, right?
Yes, he invited me and I thought it was going to be us two.
And it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
and you get to an Airbnb and you're only there for a day,
Yes,
and you go nowhere except for 3 clubs, is that correct?
yeah, and McDonald's.
And again, not with him and Davian Murphy, right?
Yes,
So what exactly was planned for this trip where you two were going to get back together after fighting?
it wasn't necessarily get back together, it was just to spend time. I didn't have a plan, oh, if we get down here, go here, go here. If we go out, we go out. If we don't, I would be fine with that too.
So now it's not a reconciliation trip.
No, we are getting back cool, but I'm saying it wasn't a big deal to go out nowhere. That was his decision.
You kind of just testified that he didn't spend any alone time with you that entire night, right?
He was up there, but eventually he would go his own way.
Okay. You said that he didn't go with you anywhere, and you did not go with him to when they first checked out teasers around 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was still in the bed at that time.
And you lied to law enforcement in that interview when you said it was just the 2 of you, right?
The 2 of us went, because I mentioned Sean too.
You did, but that wasn't until later on in the conversation. When they first asked you about the Airbnb and the door, you specifically said, it's just me and him. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I did say that, because I meant like when we first came in, it was just me and him.
So again, there was no planned story that if the 2 of you got caught, that it was just going to be you and him on a romantic getaway.
We never talked about caught. There's nothing to get caught about, because I didn't do anything.
So again, no conversation ahead of time if you were to get caught about what your story would be.
He never told me nothing about getting caught. When he got interrogated, he came back and told me that's what happened. And then he said, you don't have to worry about that because we didn't do anything.
When did you have the conversation with him about his interrogation?
When it was the first time they searched his house.
Before you were interrogated by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was some discussion about what it is that law enforcement was going to be questioning you about in that interview, right?
He didn't mention the guy. He just said our trip out of town.
Okay. Such a coincidence, right? He mentions the trip out of town. You still aren't suspicious. You have still no idea a murder happened. But after he's arrested for not a homicide, just for what?
It
A
was
resist?
resisting arrest.
You guys are talking about the trip to Tampa.
I mean, not in detail. He just said the trip.
But he wasn't arrested in Tampa, was he? He was arrested in Jacksonville by Duval County Sheriff's officers. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, but I'm saying
For-
after they arrested him, he
for
let me know
leaving?
what it was for.
For leaving the scene, right?
No.
So what, oh, for resisting arrest, nothing that had to do in the charges of Tampa, right?
No, they left a search warrant and it said the conspiracy thing on there and something else.
Jacksonville, Duval County left the conspiracy and murder charge up there with
I don't know
him?
if it was Jacksonville, but it was on one of the papers.
And so that's what led to a conversation of you all being down in Tampa, is that correct?
Yeah, he just said it was about the trip to Tampa.
So when you testified to this jury that you had no idea why Tampa officers were pulling you in for that interview, you were lying up there on the stand?
It's not what I said. I mean, he didn't go in full detail about what they were coming to about Tampa. He just said the trip in Tampa.
You said you had no idea why these officers were pulling you into that interview room. Isn't that
And I
what you just
meant,
testified
because when they
to?
came to my house, they were coming for resisting arrest, so I didn't know
Okay.
why Tampa was coming to talk to me.
But that's not what you just said, because you said after the resist charge, before your interview, you and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, were talking about what happened in Tampa.
That was way before, I mean, like when he got arrested.
So let's talk about some more lies that you told law enforcement. You said that you could not remember how it was you got through the back door of the Airbnb, right? Do you have any memory issues?
No, I'm not slow.
Overruled, go ahead. I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I
Any
said
memory
no, I
issues?
mean, I'm not slow. What do you mean, memory issues?
Well, they're talking to you within a couple of months of you coming to Tampa, right?
Yes.
You don't come to Tampa every day, right?
No.
And you were with your boyfriend at this Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And you saw those videos of you at this front door. Can you take a look at the photo behind you?
And for
Yes.
the record, what are you showing her?
I'm showing her States Exhibit 60. You recognize this Airbnb?
Yes.
And you saw the other video, State 61, where you are on the Ring camera, right?
Yes.
You're only on that Ring camera entering this front door 2 times, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 times.
On June 22nd of 2023.
Yes.
And then you are not on that front door Ring camera at all, correct?
No.
And they don't just ask you about the front door, they ask you, you leave 2 times and come back, right?
Yes, I did.
You left and you went to the McDonald's with Davian Murphy and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't go out this front door and you didn't come back this front door, right?
Right.
Can you take a look at the video, ma'am? We're going to show you how it is you get to the back door of this Airbnb.
Oh, wow.
This is the back door, right? This is how you would have to get in when you're going to the back door, right? You got to walk through this grass pathway. And then open this door, this gate, right? And then it takes you to the sliding glass doors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't just ask you about the front door. They asked you what door you got in when you came back from the McDonald's, right?
Yes, they did.
And you didn't tell them, if you have nothing to hide, and we're just talking about an Airbnb, you didn't just say, I went through the back door, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You lied, right?
I don't think I answered it.
You said, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I probably was aggravated at the time, so,
But it's a lie nonetheless, right?
yeah.
Because certainly you're not going to make the jury believe that you going through some dark pathway in the middle of the night to leave and then get back is something that you're not going to remember, right?
She just told you she lied.
It wasn't a big thing to remember that day.
Even though you're being questioned on a first-degree murder charge, you can't even tell them that you just left the back door to go to McDonald's?
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't really remember that, so, and I was aggravated, so.
It's a lie. You lied to law enforcement knowing they're investigating a first-degree homicide.
Yeah, but he was just asking me about a back door, so I didn't see any relevance.
So it's okay to lie to law enforcement if you don't think it's relevant, right?
No.
You have no clue what they're planning, right?
No.
You see the 2 spots here?
Yes.
They're open, right?
Yes, they are.
Where's the Impala?
It's parked on the side.
Where on the side?
In one of the other parking spots they had on the side.
Close to where that back door is, that side parking lot where the back door is?
I don't remember if it was close. I think it was like in the middle.
They had some bags, right? You have a bag right there.
Yeah, my bad.
So when all of those bags and stuff are unloaded, except for yours, they have to go through that back pathway to load all of those heavy guns, right?
I mean, I can't answer that. I didn't see them carried in there.
And you didn't see Davian Murphy in there either, did you?
Not when I first got there, no.
But eventually you did see him, right?
Yes, later on.
States Exhibit 38A. So again, you saw him at the Airbnb.
Yes.
He's staying at the Airbnb.
I mean, if you consider that staying,
You lied to law enforcement about there being any other individual at that Airbnb other than you, Isaiah Chance, and his little brother, right?
yeah, I didn't answer anything about the other people.
So that's a lie, right, ma'am? You lied to them about Davian Murphy, a member of 1200, or an associate of 1200, being at that Airbnb.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer anything about them. So I didn't answer.
Also, not relevant, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
36A. You don't know who this is, right?
At the time I did, but I do now.
I'm gonna say this. I really think that because they really getting her just for lying, really, and being with the boyfriend. I think that she could have got around the fact that it was subjective, whether she was there against her will or she felt like she had no choice because he was abusive, and she just didn't want to make him mad. Like if she hadn't talked to the police, and I'm not advocating for anyone to not talk to the police. However, it is not good for anyone, whether you're innocent or guilty, to talk to the law enforcement without legal aid. Not promoting it, but them just are the facts. Make sure you get legal aid. Because I don't know if whether she innocent or guilty, just but based off the circumstance or evidence they got. I mean, that's why I said maybe a conspiracy, which she didn't get, or a man wanted a man too, which she actually did get. Well, let's go.
You rode in a car with him for 3.5 hours, right?
Yes, I also went to sleep. I didn't really look at him like that.
You have been to his house for a
I just saw
barbecue.
the-
Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes,
He was introduced.
Snitches most definitely
by
get
your
stitches.
boyfriend
Sometimes.
over 3 years.
Sometimes they get away
to
with
his
it, though.
Second family, right?
yeah.
He introduced you to all of his family members, right?
I didn't say I was family members.
You said he introduced you at that barbecue and said, "This is my second family," right?
Yes, I don't know if that's his real family members.
So you're suggesting to this jury that when you are being introduced by your boyfriend to his second family, that he posed some fake people next to him?
I'm saying I don't know if he was talking about everybody that was standing there. Could have been talking about particular people.
But certainly Sean Gathright was there, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was there.
And he's one of the people he's saying, "This is my second family," right?
No, he said little brother to him.
Part of his family. And then the rest of the people was his second family, right?
Yeah, he considered them second family.
And you care about Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And you would have us believe that after he introduced you to his little brother, his second family, you went off in some second room and never looked at his face?
I didn't go off to the second room. I just got a plate and went back to the car.
You hid in the car, right?
Yeah, I don't really talk much, so I got back in the car.
Oh, so you never had a conversation with him?
No, I just said I hid by.
And you can't tell that this person in 36A is the same person in 36B?
I mean, at the time, it didn't really look like him. I just glanced at the picture. I said no.
And in the entire 3.5 car ride, you never looked at his face either?
I'm not staring him down, so I mean, no.
And at the entire time that you're at the Airbnb with him, you never looked at his face or had one conversation with him?
I didn't have a conversation with him, but I maybe glanced.
You were walking next to Isaiah Chance at Teasers. You were walking next to him at that parking lot when he was at Truth 18. I'm not going to play the videos again. You saw that. You guys were walking right next to him.
If you consider that right next to him, yes.
Some points you were a little behind him, is that correct?
Yes.
And some points you were right next to him, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there were points when he has that phone, your phone, up to his ear.
Yeah, at certain points.
And at one point, when he has it up to his ear, he has to give it to you so you can do what?
Put the code in. That was at the first club.
And that's right, put the call in, right? There is a call that is happening, and
I
it's
said the code.
the code. But there is a call happening. He's actually on the phone, right?
At the first club, he attempts to make a call, yeah.
Attempts, right? It's literally up to his ear.
Yeah, I don't think he went through.
Oh, because you're right next to him, you would know, right?
No, I mean, he didn't see anything, so that's why I said I don't think he went through.
And at some point, he hands it.
And also thinking at some point, she also says that when he was on the phone, she couldn't hear what he was saying. Now she's just saying that she know he didn't say anything because she was right there. Come on, Alicia. Well, let's go.
To you so you can do what?
I mean, I didn't put the code back in after that.
Just the one time?
Yes,
It didn't go off any other time that you were with him from the entire time to teasers, to Truth 18?
I mean, later on, I think, yeah. At the next club, yeah.
What about in the car?
No, and the car was still unlocked.
And you never heard him utter one word on that phone while you were next to him in the parking lot at Teasers?
Jesus just the first club, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he didn't say anything.
And he never said one thing the entire time when you guys are sitting in that parking lot at Teasers at the same point when Charles Jones is there.
He said something, but he didn't say anything about him.
What did he say?
He just was saying how all the people are just standing there, standing around.
He had never had one phone call?
I mean, he tried to call, but I don't know. Again, I don't know if he went through.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Number 94C1. You see this when he's on the phone actually sharing a live location with Sean Gathright that's occurring at 2 a.m. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
He does that multiple times. So he has your phone a lot in that car, right?
Yes.
And so anytime there's inactivity on the phone, you got to do what for him?
Unlock it, but he never locked it back. If he didn't respond, he just went and got on something else.
He doesn't lock the phone, right? That's something that happens automatically based on time, right?
Yes.
When that phone locks up in the parking lot, it's not because he locked it, it's because there's a timing mechanism on your iPhone that makes it go dark, right?
I mean, yeah, but the first time he got out the car is
Trying to make out what it says because I'm not sure if they're gonna read it or not. Started sharing location with you. Wow. And I was wondering, like, and I asked this question, like, they were so far behind them and Julio Fulio. Like, how did they know exactly where they were? But this is why, because they actually started sharing their location, so they were following their location. Makes sense now. So I think that kind of eliminates that somebody was giving them a drop in real time that may have been with Julio Fulio after they actually start following them. So when they dropped this right here, and they came in like 2 a.m. And then the next one was in pick up the effing phone is what it says. But let's go. Okay, it makes sense. I asked that question. I'm like, how they trailing so far behind? Well, I know they couldn't see where they turning it, but it was because they had their location. Okay, let's go.
my phone. He stops me and asks for it, so it's not unlocked when he asks for it.
And then at some point, he starts texting NIGGA, pick up the FNO. He says that he doesn't text it just once at 2:31. He sends this text again at 2:31 and 24 seconds. So he wants somebody to pick up that effing phone. Are you claiming when he's texting that, he's not saying anything to you?
No, not about that.
Do you see him desperately going like this?
No, not like he rushing you, just regularly typing.
He just casually texts,
Yes.
pick up the effing phone, twice.
Yeah.
And that was something that if he had done it very erratically, you would have noticed, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't.
That might have tipped you off that something pretty important was happening, right?
I mean, if you say so.
So
Oh, wow.
he's just casually typing that in, and then he's sharing the location again later, 2 hours later. But after this exchange, he never gets a phone call. There's no conversation in that car,
I don't remember him having a conversation there.
but he's not sending one other text after he desperately texts that twice, right?
I don't think he did.
You don't think, or you're not willing to tell us?
I don't really remember what he texted, so
And you don't remember or hearing him have any conversation in that car?
not right there, no.
And you remember Detective Ramos when he was sitting next to you and he was kind of acting out what he thought happened after he saw the video footage and some of the messaging, that he's right next to you in that car and he's saying, he's sitting this close to you, right? He's in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
And you are in the passenger seat, right?
Yeah.
Remember that exchange? And he kind of imitates and acts out, hey, get here, get here. He's going into the club now. You better get here now. That you're claiming something like that never happened.
No, I told you what he said.
Okay.
Only time he said something was when he flipped the camera and said it was packed and where y'all at.
Do you also remember, oh, so now they said where you're all at, right?
I'm talking about when he took the picture on the screenshot. That's what I said he said.
Okay, did you know who he was talking to?
I mean, no, but I assumed it was his friends.
Do you remember when law enforcement specifically asked you about the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
That black Chevy Impala happened to be at the Home to Suites, correct?
I mean, yeah, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't see the black Chevy Impala when your boyfriend was circling around the parking lot, not once, but twice?
No, I didn't see that car.
That was a car that you had ridden down to Jacksonville with Sean Gathright, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Alicia. You don't remember the car you rode down in? Alicia. And I think about it, it's the same car that she went to McDonald's in. Alicia. Come on, baby girl. Jesus.
And you didn't recognize that car in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm not gonna know if it's them though. I don't know if it's them.
So just a coincidence that you happened to be at Home to Suites, right?
I mean, I'm not driving, so I can't tell you why he went there.
You got out of the vehicle with Isaiah Chance at both of those clubs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said on your direct examination that you went up to the bouncers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie, right?
I wasn't referring to those clubs. I was referring to Players Club.
The detectives never mentioned the Players Club to you in that interview, right?
No, he showed me a video of a parking lot, so I just assumed it was that club.
Mm.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville, Florida?
My entire life.
How old are you?
23 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of Alicia Andrews?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Alicia Andrews?
Over a decade.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
I didn't hear this one either. And this one right here is Julio suspect new boyfriend was in a gang. I guess this is her friend. Must be testifying against her. I think. But let's go. I didn't hear about this testimony. Let's go.
She's sitting in the middle, and she has on a beige, I would say, blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the
Damn, I know that
Yeah,
hurt.
record shall so reflect.
You said you have known her for over a decade. How would you describe the nature of your relationship?
She's one of my bestest friends.
And I'm going to ask you, what is your current phone number? And as a good friend of yours, do you communicate with Alicia Andrews on the phone from your number 90?
Correct.
And I know that I previously have met with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you some questions about whether or not your friend, Alicia Andrews, was dating somebody by the name of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had Alicia Andrews been dating Isaiah Chance before?
Enchanted. We're gonna go back to this right here for a minute. You think she gonna get stitches? Friend testified against her. It's crazy work.
June of 2024.
I want to say 2-3 years.
Had you yourself ever met Isaiah Chance?
3 times.
Is that a person that you have taken Alicia Andrews over to Isaiah Chance's address before?
Yes.
And has Alicia Andrews, has she talked to you about Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Both in person and through text messaging on her phone?
Yes.
Did Alicia Andrews ever mention to you that Isaiah
That's hearsay.
Chance was in a gang?
Objection.
She mentioned that
He didn't
there were
object to
rumors
it?
that he was in a gang.
And when did she mention that? When was
Wow.
that conversation? Was that before June of 2024?
It was before June of 2024, but I can't give you a specific date.
Did you previously say that you thought it was in January or February of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was throwing out dates.
And she specifically told you that she was aware that he was in a gang, is that correct?
She was aware that he was tied in or affiliated within a gang, yes.
Do you remember what gang that was?
I believe it's NHG.
Okay, and is that a gang in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And you yourself living in Jacksonville, Florida, you are aware with a rapper by the name of Julio, Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is a name that you have been familiar with for a very long time, is that correct?
That is correct.
Approximately how many years have you known or heard of Julio, Charles Jones?
Since like 2016, so I would say going on a decade.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 75C2. Do you recognize this exchange, these text messaging between yourself? Is that your phone number, 1904?
Man, her friend snitched on her.
It's my phone number.
And are those messages from you and Alicia, between you and Alicia Andrews that occurred in 2021?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 75C.
Do you renew previously made objections? Yes. Okay, same ruling, and it'll be admitted.
And it's just 75C2.
Yes, correct.
So again, Ms. Jordan, this number here is your phone number, is that correct? 190. Okay. I'm going going to ask you, this column is your response to her messaging, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top where it says January 19th of 2021, where the defendant, Ms. Andrews, is saying or texting you in a message, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody, what does PPL mean?
That's abbreviation for people.
And then it says from out east.
That's a hood in Jacksonville.
Okay. And is that, when you say out east, a hood in Jacksonville, is that an area associated with ATK and 1200?
More so 1200.
And it says out east, they side, so, and then OFC, do you know what that means?
Of course.
They gone, say some, but it don't even be, what is this?
She's referring to Lil Papa. He's a rapper.
Okay. And do you know what gang La Papa is involved in?
He's from 1200.
Okay. And then it says, like that, FR Fulio. Is that a reference to Julio Fulio, the victim in this case?
That would be correct.
It says, be the one talking shit, then all the little, and then I'm not going to say it, NIGGAS come, and the other extra ass people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you read what your response is to that?
Everybody be dissing. That's how SB when them and choose to live like that. So that's what come with that lifestyle. It's sad, but it ain't gonna stop. Like famous people do it too. Look at Dirk. He always talking about Tuka. Like it's always gonna be like that.
And when you're saying famous people, one of those famous people you're referring to is Julio Fulio. Is that correct?
No, I was referring to Lil Durk.
So I get why they put her on the stand, because Alicia said that she didn't know that her boyfriend Gutter was in a gang. Boy, and her best friend just exposing her. Let's go.
He's a Chicago rapper.
He's a Chicago rapper. Okay, I apologize. Thank you for clarifying that. And then what did you say at this time?
I said she got a point, but the S gonna continue because they keep killing each other.
And what are you referring to when you say they keep killing each other?
Everybody that was involved at the time of 2021, it was a lot of people dying. 2020, 2021.
And are you talking about between those rival groups, 1200, ATK, and 6 Block?
Yes.
And then Ms. Andrews texts you, right, so gonna go on, and they're saying let Leaky rest. Do you know who Leaky is?
I don't know him personally.
Do you know who he's affiliated with?
1200.
Leaky rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like so it's just gonna keep repeating. And yeah, they know what come with it, so charge that to the game, go retaliate or something. They're sitting up here rapping, but that's y'all homeboy, just do what y'all gotta do, but they don't even be in Jacksonville, and I doubt they GAF, do you know what that means?
Give AF.
Okay. About anybody here or upcoming rappers, so well aware about Julio Fulio as a rapper and some of those other people we've mentioned.
Man, it's
Correct?
damaging.
That is correct.
Do they also rap about this war that's going on in Jacksonville?
They do.
It's called drill rapping.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did you respond to that?
At least that S ain't late SF. Mine was a week late. And yes, B, I think I sent you the post, like all these rappers in paperwork. Except J.Dot, he in the clear, and my cousin vouched for him too.
I'm going to ask you about J-Dot. Who's that?
A rapper in Jacksonville.
Is that Ja'Cory Rivers?
Yes.
What gang is he affiliated with?
1200.
And then Ms. Andrews texts back, it was deleted, about time I got up, but Fulio, he said it, but everybody kind of knew that it was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot that boy that died with him at that Reigns game, but that boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side, it was Bibby, and we'll know that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy. Do you know the Robert who she's referring to?
Yes.
Who's that?
Robert Howard.
And is he affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes.
And when they say 6 side, is that again a reference to an area in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And 6th Block is against 1200 or rival to 1200 and ATK, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then what was your response to that?
OMG and LMAO, everybody kind of knew, they all knew, they all in his comments calling him a rat.
Okay, and then what does your then text ATPP, what does that mean?
It means at this point,
And then
if you
what
know
else?
you in paperwork, just expose yourself.
Mm.
And then the defendant then texts back to you, and this is January 21st of 2021, 8:39 a.m. Girl, I don't like Fulio, LMFAOOO, ugly ass. He need to die. And SHID,
Oh,
that
shit.
was Will Friend, and then FUCK, that code, and SHIT, bitch, he shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing out, what's she saying there? What's she talking about?
Be quiet now.
She's
Come on.
referring to somebody that had just died that we know.
In this
So,
gang war?
yeah, we're basically just gossiping.
Okay,
Because
I
you see, we're
understand
talking
that,
about
but
the city
who was it
girls.
in this gang war that she personally knows?
Personally,
Yes, you're saying that you're talking about a friend that just died. Who's
Will,
the friend?
that was the only person that we both know.
Will at Rains High School, is that, or who else?
That's it.
Okay, all right. And then she says, oh, City Girls made a remix to Throat Baby Girl. This sounds so dumb. LMAOOO. What does that mean?
We're gossiping, like we're still just talking.
And then what did you say? What are you emphasizing what she just said?
Yes.
How do you emphasize that when you're text messaging back and forth?
Hold the message down and then you pick a reaction.
And then what did you say in response?
I can't stand him either. He's green SF and OMG, he killed Wilfriend. OH, nah, I would have slid. Cause he all on Instagram clowning his A. I would have dropped that bag on his BA head or came for one of his homeboys. Somebody gotta die, and guess I ain't even listened to it yet. I know it's A. Like why they got the same three people on another remix.
And when you
Shit.
say he killed Will Friend, is that, are you referring to the Rains High School shooting?
Yes.
And then what did you say down here?
Why they got the same three people on another remix. We're talking about the City Girls comment.
And then she texts back, exactly, and yeah, don't call. I bet he's still on there, but out of all you people, you give him your LMFAOOO TF. What does TF mean? And then nah, FR.
For real.
She wanted that to happen anyways, always used to joke around saying she was manifested. What does that mean?
That was a whole different conversation, appears
Okay.
to be.
What did you then text in response?
Exactly, it would have been better if 3 had it, because I fucked with him and laughed my ass off. She did, and he did too, they dumb. I ain't thinking about kids till I'm like 22 plus. So it has to be like just a sidebar conversation.
Okay, let's go back to this when she texted you on, because I think Fulio talking about Therese and his friends, LMAOOO. I do not like him. What's she talking about in this particular sentence
Fulio was talking about Therese on social media.
on social media?
Mhm.
And then she says, I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. And then she says to you, that is Fulio, though he recruit a bunch of dumbass NIGGAS who's willing to die. Is that what you said in response to her?
Yes.
And what do you mean by he's recruiting a bunch of people?
Well, it was something that really was city known and everybody was saying, like, I'm not the only person that said that. A lot of people in this city has said that, like, he recruit a lot of people to die, meaning that he got a lot of people that will come behind him ready to risk their life behind him, and he's still out and alive and living his life.
And he's a part of 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And then she responds back, right, and he's starting to realize, but first time I saw him, that clicked on him. When Fulio called, we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGA, always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I can be the one die, not him. I ain't no bodyguard, I was dying. What's she saying when she says that?
I believe she's referencing to what Therese told her about him and how he felt about Fulio.
Okay, so she's not saying that she's ever met Fulio when she says, when we called.
They're getting a whole lot of hearsay in.
We all in the
A lawyer's
garage,
interjected
talking
one time.
about NIGGE, always want me to ride with him. Who's she referring to when she says he always wants me to ride with him?
Well, she
Objection,
was
it's hearsay.
dating Therese at the time, so I'm pretty sure that phone call happened while she was with Therese.
Wake up,
and
defense.
she overheard the conversation.
And how does Therese know Fulio?
They used to be in the same group, and then they split up.
6 Block.
Well, it's a lot in 6 Blocks, so I guess you can say that, yeah, he was 6 Block side.
And did you have any concerns about Therese riding around with Fulio?
That would be something between her and Therese.
Isn't that just what she's telling you here?
Overruled.
Now you gonna try to
Yeah, she's
object.
saying, if he's saying that he don't want to die and riding for him, then I would be
Speculation.
worried
Ain't said
also
nothing about hearsay.
at the time.
Anything
And
she
right
say that
before
she
that,
thinks
she's,
someone
you're
said is
talking about
hearsay.
he's recruiting a bunch of people, right?
Yeah,
It was in direct response to that message, right?
right.
And then what was your response to her?
LMFAOO, crying because no, for real, like, B, do your own drill. The nobody want to die behind your squid face, A. At least he know shit.
Okay, and who are you referring to now?
We're still talking about Therese.
Your Honor, this time we pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Oh, it's right over.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
These messages you see here. What's the date on the message?
2021.
January 2021?
Yes, sir.
Alicia's still in high school.
Yes, sir.
She's 17 years old.
Yes, sir.
This is almost 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
It's a great point. Wasn't good enough to get off though.
There's a message there in the middle from you. It's not really a message, it says emphasized, right?
Right.
You're emphasizing a message that Alicia sent to you, Alicia Andrews sent to you, right?
Correct.
All right, what does it mean when you emphasize a message?
It means like I agree.
All right, so you agree. Now, when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, how old are you at the time?
I'm 18 at the time.
All right, are you young at that time?
Yes.
All right, and when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, does this have anything to do with Alicia wanting to kill Julio Fulio?
No.
Did you ever want Julio Fulio to die?
No.
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Fulio to die?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Overruled, but she has already asked and answered it, so. Anyway, what's your next question?
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Fulio to die?
No.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth and you're calling each other, are you all really meaning to degrade each other?
No.
All right. Is that more of a figure of speech?
Yes.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth with each other, is this a form of gossip?
Yes, it is.
Are you and Alicia Andrews gossiping about what's going on in Jacksonville
Yes, we are.
with all these different people, whether it be Therese, whether it be Fulio, whether it be this
The cleanup.
group or this neighborhood? Is that gossip?
It is gossip.
All right. And is it ignorant gossip?
It is ignorant gossip.
All right, and you two are sort of spectating what's going on out in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right, so you all see a lot in Jacksonville as it relates to this gang activity and people not getting along. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and the commentary that you see here, that you're engaging in, even when you say that you would put a bag on somebody, that is more satire than anything.
That is correct.
All right, do you even know how to put a bag on anyone?
No,
Do you have any money to put a bag on anyone's head?
I do not.
All right, would you even know who to call to put a bag on someone's head?
No.
It's in the
Go ahead.
messages. You see here it says, he needs to die. You see that?
Yes,
You've seen people say that Alicia Andrews needs to die, correct?
that is correct.
Online?
Sustain the objection, that's inappropriate.
Have you talked to anybody, or has anyone talked to you in the same sort of manner before?
Yes.
Sustain the objection.
Can we come sidebar?
No, sustain the objection, ask your next question.
The way that you all are talking in the messages,
Bro be trying to get it in there.
No,
is this something you've never seen before?
no,
Is this something that's only Alicia Andrews is saying?
no. It's something that's city known.
Julio, a lot of people did not like him, correct?
That is correct.
Overruled. As far as the context of this text conversation.
Julio was one of the top instigators in Jacksonville when it came to drill rap. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. And he was one of the more popular drill rappers in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He had a lot of enemies, right?
That is correct.
And those enemies existed outside of ATK and outside of 1200, right?
That is correct.
All right. All right, you see this message in the middle here, talking about an individual named Robert?
Yes,
All right, this message is talking about an individual who died at Rains. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Is Rains a school in Jacksonville?
Yes, it is.
And did Alicia Andrews attend Rains?
She did she didn't graduate from Reigns, but she did attend Reigns.
She attended Rains. And when she attended Rains, did an individual die at Rains
Yes,
at a football game?
yes, sir.
Is that what Alicia Andrews is talking about here,
Yes,
her reality?
yes, sir.
All right. And how Robert was accused of killing Rains.
Correct. He was accused of killing Spaz.
Okay, I'm sorry, not Rains. Correct me. Thank you. That Robert was accused of killing someone at Rains.
Yes,
So she's just talking about what's going on at school.
correct.
Alicia Andrews ever told you she was planning on killing Julio Fulio?
No,
Did Alicia Andrews ever tell you that her boyfriend was planning on killing Julio Fulio?
no,
Or that any gang, are you in a gang?
no, sir.
Is Alicia Andrews in a gang?
No, she is not.
And earlier you said that Alicia Andrews had heard rumors of her boyfriend being in a gang. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is anything in the text messages that you saw from 5 years ago, is any of this any sort of coded gang language?
No.
Since these text messages almost 5 years ago, do you know of Alicia Andrews texting you saying that she wanted Julio Folia to die?
No. That was the only time we talked about Folia.
No further questions.
Okay, Rder?
Yes, those were only 3.5 years before the actual homicide of Charles Jones occurred, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what you are saying is idle gossip, you're also talking about real people who died, is that correct?
Correct.
Leaky really died, is that correct?
That is correct.
Spaz really died, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Spaz is Joe Rod Adams, is that correct? That's his name.
That is correct.
That's Will's friend,
Correct.
right? That's a person who went to high school with the defendant Alicia Andrews, is that correct? You said you
I
went
didn't go
Ra-
to Rain, so I cannot testify to that.
You didn't just testify to the defense attorney when you said Spaz, that he was shot at Rains High School?
That's public knowledge.
Okay. And it's also your personal knowledge, isn't it, ma'am, that your good friend Alicia Andrews went to Rains High School. You know that, right?
I do know that.
So you're
Man,
talking about
you
this
know a
idle
girl playing both
gossip.
sides.
You're talking about real events and real people who have died in the defendant's
Allegedly.
life, correct?
You're saying her personal life, like, it wasn't like her sister, cousin, or anybody that died. This is stuff that we seen on social media and we were discussing it.
Okay. But you're the one who said it was her friend, right?
We both know him, like, we know him. We're from Jacksonville.
So you're a friend as well.
I wouldn't really call him a friend, but I know him.
Okay, but you just testified that it was your friend, is that right? That's your words, friend, right?
Okay, well, friend is I'm gonna say associate, like, we know him, or we're acquainted with him, but I wouldn't call him our friend.
What does drill rap mean? You just said to the defense attorney, Julio Fulio's one of the most infamous drill rappers in Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
He's not the only one, right? There are other famous drill rappers on the other side in Jacksonville, right?
Correct, but he was the face for his side.
What about Young and Ace? Is he the face
Uh-oh,
of drill
there go
rap
that name
for
again.
ATK?
That is, I can say that is.
You know who Spinabenz is?
I know of him, I don't know him personally.
Heard some of the drill rap from Spinabenz, is that how you say it?
Yes, I've heard the drill rap from all of them.
Wappa with the Choppa?
Yes,
And that's all on the other side, right? 1200 or ATK, Ace's crew, right?
correct.
Just as bad as the drill rap from Charles Jones in this case?
Correct.
All about killing his members, 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And did you know whether or not Joe Rod Adams, Spaz, he's the brother to one of the co-defendants, Rashad Murphy, in this case?
I knew that after this case was presented.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused for now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am.
Man, it's crazy. So we're gonna get to it.
Just raise your right hand, be sworn in by the clerk, right there.
We're gonna get to it. So what y'all think, man? It's crazy. Once again, I would say Alicia will get a second chance at life. I mean, she's still young. The sad part about it, sometimes we make decisions and we have to make the consequences for it. But she did get the lesser evils. So she most definitely will have another chance to get it right. So we're going to go up here. And, where the verdict was read. if I remember correctly, she still didn't like really flinch. Maybe reality hadn't kicked in yet. But let's go. Let's check it out. This when the jury came back with the verdict of manslaughter.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 13th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida, in and for Hillsborough County Criminal Justice Division, State of Florida versus Alicia Latoya Andrews, case number 24 CF 11996, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this 31st day of October 2025, signed foreperson of the jury.
All right, thank you very much. Have a seat. Does that side wish me to poll the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, each of you, this is your
Like I don't know if she's just a good actor. That's a great, what they'll call a great poker face. She's just, man.
correct verdict. I'm going to call you by your initials and your jury number. And I just need you to respond yes or no. Okay? All right, juror number 5, initials DC. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 13, initials LM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 14, initials SC. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror 21, initials EM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 23, initials CJ. Is this your true and correct
That's
verdict?
Julio's mom right there.
Juror number 41,
That's Julio's mom right there.
initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 42, initials LL. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 45, initials JO. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 58, initials SH. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 61, initials SM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 62, initials PB. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 71, initials MG. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. I have one final set of very brief formal instructions and then something a little less formal to say to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On behalf of everyone, we are indebted to you. We are so grateful that you all agreed to serve as jurors. I would never tell anyone we have a perfect legal system. We do not have a perfect criminal justice system. But in my humble opinion, we have the best in the history of the world because, as you can see, we have citizens like yourselves. You come from all different backgrounds, experiences, and you come together and you decide these very difficult cases. We've asked a lot of you over the past 2 weeks. You all have never complained. You've worked diligently. And on just behalf of everyone involved, you all should really go home tonight and feel good about yourselves as citizens and the important public service that you provided on behalf of everybody. The good news is your jury service is now done, so you all are free to go. You're free to talk to anybody you want to about the case. You're free to not speak about this case at all again to anybody, and that will be left up completely to you. All right? Safe travels wherever you're headed. Thank you so much.
All right.
Man. Oh no, so as you heard, found guilty of manslaughter. And this is what manslaughter is in the state of Florida. So it says in Florida, manslaughter is the unaliving of a human being by the culpable negligence or unlawful act of another, and is considered a second-degree felony. Penalties can include up to 15 years in prison, 15 years of probation, and fines up to $10,000. There are two main types of voluntary according in the heat of passion, and involuntary resulting from reckless or negligent behavior with no intent to unalive. So they didn't do voluntary or involuntary, they just did manslaughter. So that's what she's facing. Like I said, she kind of, she dodged the bullet. And Channing said she has the opportunity to semblance of life, to a semblance of life. I agree. She really do. So, like I said, even though, she could be gone, up to 15 years, it's better than life. Most definitely better than life. I think the judge may, the judge may show mercy on her, because it's all up to judge, but you have to have the victim impact statements. So I'm not sure they'll let her have, some character witness for herself. I don't know if it's too late for that or not. But that justice, it's our justice system. And even like the judge said, the justice system is not perfect. So hopefully that, the jury got it right. It most definitely was a plea. I think they offered her like 16 years. So yeah, she was right around that plea. That's what Channing said. And Channing also said the judge is hard. Yeah, she's a hard judge. And I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad. I mean, we've seen so many judges, be a pushover in their courts. Very hard job to do. The judge has the right to say, whether they're going, once they object, rather to, sustain or overrule, so that the judge does have power there of what the jurors are allowed to hear at times. But ultimately, it come down to them 12 jurors. That's what it comes down to. There's only a few people that know the truth for a fact. And we only know what we've been showed here. And trust that justice prevails, no matter what it looks like. In which justice also has a blindfold on, so justice is supposed to be blind. I haven't seen anything that she said. I can take a look. And Shannon asked, did Julio's mom say anything? Let's see, can we find anything on Julio's mom right quick? I haven't seen anything yet. But let's take a look. No, not since the verdict. You know, she's spoken before. I guess it may not hurt to run this. This was 8 days ago. At least this one was put out. But shout out to me. Shout out to Music 101 for this content. So let's see what she had to say about 8 days ago. Which would mean this was like right before the trial started. Thank you for mentioning that, Enchanted. All right, content disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Not own the rights to this content. This content is for education and entertainment purposes only. Let's react.
I had already heard it during a bond hearing. I got a lot of phone calls, a lot of messages, asking why they talking about Charles like that. And the thing about it is they have to paint a picture as to why these people came to Tampa to track him down. Why they were so adamant about coming here to track them down. So they had to give the individuals there, they had to paint a scenario as to why all this stuff happened.
Promo alert, promo alert, promo alert. Today is NBA King David. Make sure y'all go follow him on Instagram. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit that like button, comment, and let him know I sent you. He bite with another video, and this one right here called Really Like That. He got choppers in the car with 100 clips. Y'all already know. King David was day one of Alicia Andrews' trial for the murder of Florida rapper Julio. The state storyline was that Alicia Andrews was aware of the murder plot on Julio. She knew since day one the only goal going to Tampa was to stalk and kill Julio.
So how does this conspiracy unfold? How does all of this start? It starts with Charles Jones, Julio. You see his name on the top of this post on IG, putting out on his IG account this advertisement for June 22nd, which was a Saturday. The murders had happened in the early morning hours of the 23rd, going into Sunday morning. And you see Mr. Jones in the middle, advertising he's going to be appearing, Julio, at Teasers on North Nebraska in Tampa, hosted by Kenny K. And he puts at the bottom, my Airbnb pool party, June 21st. That's when he arrived here. He and party goers arrived here that Friday. They had rented an Airbnb in Holiday in Pasco County. And they ended up on Saturday night leaving the Airbnb because he had started sending out, telling people, send me, messages and I'll message you back with the address. And so many people appeared that eventually the owner of the Airbnb pulled the plug and told them to get out. Now, Miss Andrews, the defendant, sitting right over here at counsel's table, this is a message that she sends, and you see on the top there, oh, that's red. That is her Instagram account. You will find that. You can see on the top right, her registered email to that account, verified Alicia Andrews 72 at yahoo.com. She sends that this message on June 21st, that's Friday, at 10:52 UTC. That's early morning the 22nd, or earlier that day, sorry. UTC, if you're not aware of that, is Universal Time Code. It's Greenwich Mean Time. So you got to back up 4 hours. So she's sending that on the Friday night. Hey, could I book a B&B in Tampa? This is 2 days before the murder. To a Kiera Axe Marie. Hey, what's dates you need? Tomorrow, but what day do you have available? How many bedrooms? Like 2. Logistics. This is the beginning. She's trying to find lodging. Trying to find lodging for this operation. Now, a few moments later, a screenshot of an Airbnb message is documented. The message is addressed to Rashad Murphy, confirms his reservation at Lagoon Oasis 9703 Gazebo Pond in Tampa, June 22nd to June 24. And in the message of that message there from the owner of the Airbnb, our HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID, which he obliges and sends his valid ID. Now we go to the 22nd. This is...
Anybody that's in here that doesn't know who Music 101 is, that's his link right there. Please go subscribe to his channel. Awesome content creator. Awesome content creator. Also hit him up. You got any kind of promotion needs as well. He has a nice platform. Good dude. He actually covered the trial too. So if you got anything that you want a good place to really look at it on a consistent basis, I think he covered it for all 7-8 days. So y'all go check him out. Let's go. Shout out to the homie. And like he would say, and go subscribe. Check the homie out.
The Saturday, earlier in the day, before Julio Fully is going to start appearing at clubs in Tampa. This is the residence of Sean Gaithright, one of the conspirators. That is Mr. Gaithright walking out with a large duffel bag. And Isaiah Chance walking out with bags. And you'll see they start loading that black car, which is a Chevy Impala. That is the car that goes north. And
this dude not only took his mama cars, he allegedly, because their case still open. You know he took the cars, but allegedly his mama firearms as well. Man, you can't make this shit up, man. And your evidence is your own Ring cameras. And you don't cut them cameras off, man. What is wrong with y'all? Let's go.
in the hotel complex. That is the car transporting the assault team. And they load the bags into the trunk.
And Shannon said, do you think the other co-defendants be worried after seeing her trial? I think they're very worried. Because she was with them, so if she was found guilty, she didn't actually do the shooting. Yeah, I think they got a lot to be worried about. They got a whole lot to be worried about. I think so. And then again, you know, the lady just is blind. I don't think there's been no like any kind of interrogations out on them yet. If they have, I haven't seen them yet. So, and who knows how excuse me, who knows how they acted when they interacted with the police, and who knows what was actually in their phones. Because just imagine what they showed in her trial that wasn't even pertaining to her. So just imagine what they probably have on them. Let's go.
That BMW on the top of the video there is being driven by Mr. Chance. And you see him bringing out another large bag.
Them boys crazy, man.
They're kitting up and they're getting their gear into their transports. You'll see in the evidence that Mr. Chance ends up leaving in that Beamer. He drives and picks up his girlfriend, this defendant, Alicia Andrews, and brings her back to this residence. And then the three of them, Ms. Andrews, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Gathright, get into that Impala, and they drive here to Tampa, and they drive to the Airbnb, and there will be zero doubt about all of that, because that Impala, while it's en route, is being picked up on license plate readers. You will see in the evidence their cell phones are tracking, hitting cell towers as they travel in unison all the way down to I-75, coming across from Jacksonville and heading directly into Tampa. When he comes back, Mr. Chance brings his contribution to the assault team. The Glock pistol with the extended magazine. He tucks it into his waistband.
This thing.
You can see the extended magazine.
YNs ain't no joke,
trigger
man.
guard and the slide and the dust cover of the pistol. Just a more close-up photo of it. And you can see it bulging out of the right side of his warm-up pants he's wearing. So these three, Chance, Gathright, and the defendant, get in that Impala. And they drive. You'll find in the evidence that Gathright in the middle and Chance, the defendant's boyfriend, are very tight. They were close friends. Mr. Chance calls Mr. Gathright his little brother. And you'll see in the video when they are loading up, you'll see more video during this trial of Mr. Chance putting in the codes on the front door of the house that Mr. Gathright lives at. Now, the second car, the one that I pointed out to you, the surveillance vehicle, this is a Chevy Cruze. This car is also picked up on license plate readers after law enforcement determined its involvement in this case. They go back and they find it. And if you can see in the lower left-hand corner, 7:46 p.m., June 22nd, it's on Bruce B. Downs at Tampa Palms, getting real close to where their Airbnb is. And by the way, the Airbnb they book is 1.3 miles from the murder scene. You will see in the evidence that the LPR, the license plate recognition systems that are picking up these two vehicles, show them traveling.
You know, I'm very shocked they didn't let him do the closing arguments. I still truly believe that that lady did it was so long-winded. I truly feel like she was losing the viewers. So imagine being there as a juror. I'm not sure why he's very well more composed. He's very more straight to the point. And, you know, with them jurors, you know, when they go in there, you know, you done did this long, drawn out speech. Like, what's gonna really stick with them? But let's go. Just a thought.
In unison, hitting on the same license plate readers at the same time, at the same locations as they travel from Jacksonville. That car was obtained by Rashad Murphy outside of the circle of ATK 1200. It was specifically located and utilized in this case as a car that would not be recognized. Now, this is the LPRs for that car, the Chevy Cruze. You can see it hitting where it hits Dolphin Drive. That's the day before in Jacksonville. On the 22nd at 601 Highway 441. At 1809 Highway 326 is traveling through Gainesville. And then at 1947, 7:47 p.m., Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palm Road. Tampa Palms Road, excuse me, and then at 0342 Hillsborough, and then we get into the surveillance and the time before the murder. The ones at the bottom are the return. That's when they're returning to Jacksonville. This is showing you in these license plate readers, the Cruise on the top, the Impala on the bottom, hitting simultaneously on the same day, 1809, 1809, 1947, 1945, 0341, 0342 at the same exact locations. These cars are traveling in unison because they are part of a team. This is the Airbnb that they stayed at on the night of the 22nd, going into the morning of the 23rd. They didn't stay at a hotel that has a lobby with security cameras. They stayed at an Airbnb with one single Ring camera. Now, that's the front door on the right, or on the left, excuse me. You can see the Ring camera. You also can see that that lock has, like most Airbnbs, has a combination lock on it. That's the defendant when they arrive. And that day, she's the only one seen going through that door. You're going to hear in the evidence when she walks in, this is from a video, someone inside saying, "My bad." So they're already inside, but she's the only one that goes through the door that day. The other ones, the evidence will show this is back the back side of that same building, and down the back, and there's the back door. Must have entered, the evidence will show, through that entrance. Later that night at about 1:40, this is going now into June 23rd, 3 hours before the murder of Charles Jones, and less than an hour before they begin to hunt and stalk him at Teasers, where he's appearing. Her phone leaves the Airbnb and starts tracking by hitting off cell towers to a nearby McDonald's at 22nd and Fletcher, 2205 East Fletcher. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, if you've never seen these before, that's the cell tower. This is the area of the cell tower, or the part of the antenna that's being utilized, and it falls within that area. And you can see there, Fletcher, Advent Health.
Man, you talking
That
about
is on the
4K.
passenger seat.
Crazy work.
There's not going to be any doubt about that in this case, because when she's later interviewed by police, she identifies herself. Because you're not really going to be able to see her face, but she says, "Yeah, I'm in that car. That's me." You can see the driver, Davion Murphy, he's lighting a cigar. You can see a little flame. You're going to watch on this video.
That is crazy work. And Channing said, ignorance is not a defense. I agree. It's not. It is not. There will be facts. Ignorant, absolutely not a defense. Matter of fact, ignorance gets you this. Let's go.
Video as they proceed through this drive-through. You just saw her turn to her left. She identifies Mr. Chance as being in the back seat of that car. That's Davion Murphy in the driver's seat. They eventually drive off, but what you're going to find in the evidence is they buy a lot of food. This is not food for one person. It's a lot of food. And that's significant because later she tells the police that they went there because she was hungry and wanted something to eat. She also tells them she doesn't know who the driver is. You can't give an explanation for how he even came to be in that car or how she came to be in that car.
Crazy work.
Now, this is outside of teasers. As you saw, Teasers is a club that is on Nebraska here in the city of Tampa. So as you saw in the evidence of the shooting, the success of this conspiracy, this plot to murder, this attack hinged on the element of surprise. It absolutely hinged on that. And they leveraged the surprise that they had catching Mr. Jones off guard. And to have that type of surprise, they had to act with a coordinated knowledge, and they needed intelligence. They needed intel. They needed real-time information. Where is he? What's his route? They needed to know exactly where he was. They needed to know his positioning, his routes of travel. And like any good operation, the key to success is intelligence, critical intel. Now, to obtain intelligence like that and to do so surreptitiously, secretly, the surveillance has to be done. In a surreptitious manner. Without that intelligence, without providing that real-time information to the assault team that's in the Impala, there would be no surprise, there would be no ambush of Mr. Jones, and this conspiracy would fail. It was that intelligence, that real-time surveillance and communication, the locations and routes that were provided by this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, operating alone in that Chevy Cruze, while the other three conspirators, the assault team, were in the Impala. And they were doing everything they could to keep that Impala out of the sight of Mr. Jones and his friends, because Mr. Gaithright drove that Impala. It was registered to his mother, but he drove it all the time. He was notoriously known for driving that car. This was a coordinated team effort. In order to remain secretive and to not alert the target that they were conducting surveillance, they utilized several different techniques. Number one, they parked away from the club, and they utilized disguises. That you heard some about yesterday in jury selection, about COVID masks. You're going to see in this video, June of 2024, they're both wearing COVID masks. Now, interestingly, because it was suggested yesterday that there's many reasons people could wear COVID masks, it's the only time in this evidence you will ever see a mask on this defendant's face. You won't see it on her face when she returns back to Jacksonville through an Uber. You won't see it on her face any other time when she's entering into the Airbnb around her four co-conspirators. But they kept their distance, and you'll see that in this video, from the victim and his entourage. They attempted to blend into the background. They needed to get close enough to be able to conduct surveillance, to gather the information they needed, but not so close that they would be detected. They had to avoid that. But what you're going to find, and remember the law and principles, she doesn't even need to be there to be part of this conspiracy or to be a principal. She's there. She drives there with Mr. Chance, and they park in the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. And she doesn't stay in the car. She gets out and she walks with him. You're going to see that. You can kind of see their images in the upper right-hand corner. This is a video. I'm going to play it in a minute. You're going to see him hand her phone to her and her put her code into the phone to open it so they could utilize it to convey what they were watching and seeing. And again, they're out in the parking lot. She was there with them in the field, shoulder to shoulder, in the thick of it, on the ground, in the action. So they're wearing these masks, and it's not just like some costume mask. Obviously, a COVID mask is not going to necessarily draw that much attention, but it is going to hide.
I'm not gonna lie, like I really asked that question, like, why was she really there? I'm not gonna lie. In that capacity, like from start to finish, like she went everywhere with him. You know, it could have been like, we're not leaving you behind because you might get scared and say something. Like she was there for the whole ride. It's crazy work to me.
Their identities. Mr. Chance has a hoodie up on his head along with the COVID mask. They are clearly trying to disguise themselves. But again, she didn't stay in the car, she got out. And there was a reason for that. Because instead of allowing Mr. Chance to walk around in this dark parking lot with a hood on and a mask on by himself,
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
walking.
Go ahead. Again, this is opening statement, members of the jury. It's just a chance for the lawyers to tell you what evidence they believe will be admitted in this case. And again, it is not the actual evidence, all right?
But instead of allowing him to walk around in that parking lot by himself, a single man with a disguise on, she went with him because now they would be a couple. They would fit in. They would be non-threatening. So she acted not only helping in conducting the reconnaissance. She acted as camouflage. She acted as a disguise in and of herself. Now they're a couple. Now it's not just a single person who may be seen as threatening or may draw attention. This is just a couple walking around in the parking lot in a club where a lot of people were milling about in groups. In groups.
Alicia Andrews' defense storyline is she had no idea what was going on. She was under the impression that her and Isaiah Chance was going to Tampa. She had no idea that Sean Gaithright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy was going until the day of. In fact, when she got arrested, she sat down with detectives. She told them everything her defense said. She told them the truth. They asked, was she in the car? She said, yes. They asked about the other people that was inside the car and inside the Airbnb. And she told them. The defense saying since day one, Alicia Andrews been telling the truth. Check it out.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're not just here to deliver a verdict. You are here to right a wrong. And so are we. There are a few things that you should keep in mind throughout this trial. One, on the weekend, Charles Jones was killed.
So a good question. What happened to him? I seen him at opening, and I didn't watch like it daily, but since the opening day, since the opening statements, I ain't saw Buddy. Which is weird because I thought he did a pretty good job opening for him. But let's go.
Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only
Right.
one agenda, to be with her boyfriend. 2,
Like for
Alicia
real,
Andrews
I really wonder what happened to
is
him.
not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know.
We did hear about the woman that she once had, but then dropped out. But no one has said anything about him. I just noticed that.
Any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group.
Okay.
4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene. 5, Alicia Andrews did not have any physical evidence on any weapon displayed by the state. You would not find DNA, fingerprints, no physical evidence whatsoever linking Alicia Andrews to this case. 6, Alicia Andrews did not have a motive. In other words, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this case of conspiracy or first-degree murder against Alicia Andrews.
Julio mom went live and gave her opinion about day one and how it went. And she also spoke on how much time she feel Alicia Andrews deserved. She said she did that because she was in love with a boy. She wanted to prove her loyalty. That's why she went to Tampa with Sean Gatewright, Isaiah Chan, Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy, stalked and plotted to kill Julio. Check it out.
Sorry. Okay, JD. So what do y'all think about the opening statement so far? That was different. So we know that they just finished the opening statement for the state. The things that they opened up already was prepared for. I had already heard it during a bond hearing. I got a lot of phone calls, a lot of messages, asking why they talking about Charles like that. And the thing about it is they have to paint a picture as to why these people came to Tampa to track him down. Why they were so adamant about coming here to track them down. So they had to give the individuals there, they had to paint a scenario as to why all this stuff happened. They asked me my opinion on Instagram about the young lady. And I said, let her cook. Because one thing about me, we all done play the fool for a dude, but I ain't playing that kind of fool. Nobody cannot make me, coerce me, or anything like that to get myself tied up into a murder flag. Especially he never did nothing to her. He never did nothing to none of them people that who tried to come down and kill him the day after his birthday. No. So if she innocent, everybody saying you can't judge and things like that. We're not supposed to judge. God say don't judge, but also you have to pay for your actions. Yeah, she got that little innocent face. There's a lot of people you have to be mindful of. Them people that got them pretty little innocent faces, they try to portray this role and they evil. They heart is evil. That girl is evil. That girl tried to book Airbnb in her name. No. The day before 2 days before Charles' birthday. She went down there. Y'all saying y'all was going down there on a date. So I'm trying to figure out what type of date y'all was going on. Motherfucker didn't go to Disney World, didn't go to Busch Gardens. They go to the Epcot. Y'all ain't go to the Get Nothing to Eat. Y'all ain't go to the City Walk. The only place y'all went to was McDonald's. And y'all went to Club Teasers and to that hotel that he was killed, and you placed yourself there. You said it. That was you in the car, so you placed yourself there. So what type of date for dudes and a girl going on? Make it make sense. I don't understand. And if y'all was going sightseeing and things of that sort, where did you go? The same example in Orlando, they got them tide readers everywhere. They tried them from the time they left Jacksonville to the time they got here to Temple. So she did what she did because she wanted to do it, because she wanted to prove her loyalty to her boyfriend. And my thing is, if you care that much about me, you my boyfriend, you're not gonna put me in no type of situation like that. Cause bitch, I'm gonna go. You got me up. I'm not gonna be in a chicken wing. No baby, chicken wing. No, I'm not gonna do that. So now, this beautiful baby that you birthed, by the time they weekend, now your mom has to raise your baby. Somebody asked me about the 18 years. She was never offered any time. They never offered her a plea.
Okay, so they never offered a
Or
plea.
whatever. They
There
didn't
you
offer a
go.
plea as well.
That was a lie.
In the state of Florida, you should know that they don't play, because you're going to get charged with the same thing.
Stop that. So there was a myth. She was never offered a plea. And the mama most definitely would know. So there you go. There you go. Breaking news. Let's everybody clear that up. Let's go.
That the shooters got charged with. So you rode in a car, you had your phone, you got out the car at the club, trying to play it off, your little body ass. We seen that shoot. We saw that was you, honey.
Yeah, wow.
You ain't no way you could lie about that.
You know where that narrative come
So I
from, but
think
not true.
she should get life. Yeah. She should get life with no possibility of parole. And
That's a
I
mama.
was on Rder page, and they like, somebody say, what's she writing? Come on, writing nothing. Her ABC 1, 2, 3 to that baby that she just had. She ain't writing nothing. She just probably doing some scrub on that piece of paper. So,
Don't think
girl, you
nobody
ain't writing
expects
nothing
for
on
a
that paper.
mother
I'm
to
gonna
feel
go
any
grab
other
that
kind
paper
of
so
way.
bad and look at it. No, you ain't writing nothing on that paper. What could you be writing? I never, all the attacks that Charles had on him, all the time people done shot at him, he got shot at multiple times, 5, 6, 7 times. And honestly, I never thought he would get killed. I thought the boy would pass away from probably Percocets, because we already know that he was a Percocet king. He was a Percocet king. I never thought that. When I got that phone call 3 something in the morning, I still didn't think nothing about it. I'm like, y'all, the car got shot up. Ain't nothing happened until Gino called me to let me know that he didn't make it. That is
Allegedly, he hit it. No, it's all right. Let's go.
the worst thing that a mother can ever face, is losing her child. Did I condone the diss songs? No, because anybody who know me, I don't care about what the blog say or whatever people on YouTube say that even from Jacksonville. I don't care what they say, because if you really know me, you know that I don't condone that mess that he talk about. It's plenty of times I done say face. It's plenty of times I'd be like, Charles, don't do that. That's my people. People don't do that. And he'd be like, Mom, you heard what they said about you? Mom, you heard what they said about my friends? Whatever. So it's not right. But if you hit him with a belt, he gonna go to hell. He don't. If you talk about his dead friend and talk about me, he's gonna go to hell. And everybody can say this stuff or whatever, but nobody's talked about how These people that mentioned me in plenty of songs. Julio must have drunk. His Drake got shot. Should have put her ass in the trunk. Nobody ain't talking about that song. Nobody ain't talking about when they done put AR-15 guns on their pages and
No, it's crazy that she's speaking on this right here. I'm not sure she gonna speak on, like, she was actually shot several times, um, leaving out of her driveway. Yeah, they did her pretty bad. So the beef was that crazy that where they went after the mama. Fact.
put on there, I call her Drake or whatever. I done seen all that stuff. All that stuff done came. Nobody ain't talking about that. But he ain't never called out y'all mama name. Y'all auntie naming in these songs. But they love putting me in songs. So how you think that'll make somebody feel? I'm his mama. Is it right? No. Are any of them right? No. But we gonna call it like it is. Everything is so one sided.
Oh yeah, and Shannon, you didn't know that? Yeah, I mean they lit her up. Shell. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. But yes, most definitely shot her up. Um, there's an interview where she actually talking about it. She says she actually even, like, pretty much what saved her. She kind of like played like she was, you know, already gone. Then her neighbors come out and she got help. Yeah, they did her pretty good. About to be good night for me. Oh Lord, sound like somebody had a good time. That's what's up. Work hard, play hard. Let's go. Glad you made it in safely. All right, let's go.
It's very one sided. And it always has been. Somebody asked me, was I prepared for this? Yeah. And you better be prepared too. And to all those people that judgmental and saying, oh, well, that's what he did because he did this and that. But baby, your kids be doing stuff too. Your cousins, your kids, your nephews, your niece.
And let me say this for anybody that's not really familiar with this, like these guys beef, this is not like something that they just discovered. Like, this beef been going on for generations with these two, and their affiliates. I mean, for a very long time. Some of the stories that came out in the beginning, what was being done not only to them, but also to the opposite side. Like they didn't care about mamas, they didn't care about grandmamas, they didn't care about siblings. Yeah, do your homework on it, and it'll really blow your mind. It'll blow your mind. It's generations behind this. Like, Jacksonville is a bad place when it comes to that, and on that situation. I'm pretty sure that since both sides got so many eyes on them, maybe it'll calm down because they watching you. Your ops ain't gonna mess with them because they're gonna easily get caught. So yeah, do your homework on it, and I promise you it'll blow your mind. But let's go. Let's finish this up.
They be doing stuff too. Y'all just don't know about it. They got all them different names on Instagram. They got all them different names on the Rder app. And they be putting y'all house in jeopardy and doing all types of stuff that y'all don't even know about. And I used to be trying to call and tell them about their kids or whatever. Hey, watch out for this going on. And they used to get mad at me to the point where, hey, I ain't even tell them no more. Even when when I got shot 8 times, I'm in a hospital bed. I'm in a hospital bed And I even tried to call people that was cool with me and say, hey, we need to talk to these kids. I'm shot up in a hospital.
There you go.
Motherfucker told me,
Got up in the
oh, fuck
hospital.
me, basically. I'm like, okay then. Monday. A lot of y'all asking about my opinion about that lawyer playing that song that ain't over in the background.
And his mother, she, of course, had a slow start in life, and this is per her. Slow start in life. She also, I think she used to do hair. I think it was hair, and then she became pretty much a entrepreneur. She even she giving people jobs and stuff like that. Like she was really a pillar of the community. And then I think that she's a nurse right now. So he didn't, and believe it or not, Charles Jones, Charles actually grew up in the church, believe it or not. And well, I know anybody listening could believe it because sometimes, it's just not even about that. It's about the environment, and sometimes kids make the wrong choices. But he was really brought up in the church, like faithfully. Just a food for thought. Thought I'd drop that gem. Let's go.
Not professional at all, taking it as a joke. But I'm going to tell you something. Charles
Yes,
Lawyer, the
that's his
real
mama.
one. Louis Fusco, he's the real one. Because guess what? He got up in his DM and put shaking my head like, what's up with you? As an attorney, you're supposed to hold yourself to a higher standard or whatever. So that's crazy. And a lot of people ask me, how do you stay so strong? I be in and out. I done took so many L's in life. But this is my biggest L, right? I just want justice. And some of his fans be like, well, Charles say he don't
Says
want
good night.
he don't wish to jail or nobody. Charles ain't me. Me and Charles ain't don't live the same lifestyle. I want him life, death penalty. Yeah, so that's what he believe. He wish jail on no man. But that's different with me, honey. You don't have to pay for doing that to my son, my only son, my baby son. Yeah. So it is what it is. So you can say what you want to say. Talk till your face turn blue. Let her cook. Just like I said, let her cook. And at the end of the day, justice will be served. You got to
One
pay
of the
for what
raps
you
that I've been
did.
speaking
Even
all
the things
weekend.
that
Right?
Charles did. Charles did be talking about people, making fun and stuff like that. It's a price you got to pay for that stuff. The price you got to pay. But what I do know that he had the last year, whatever, he was chilling because y'all was writing me, his fans was writing me way through the way he ain't saying that boy had been chilling like the past year. But everybody have a price they got to pay. And nobody cannot escape death. We came here and we don't have to leave this motherfucker. We don't know how, when, where, how it's going to be, but you don't have to leave here. You don't have to leave here. You reap what you sow and you sow what you reap. Karma is real. Good karma and bad karma. One thing I do know, he knew God. He was a Hebrew Israelite, so he did know God. And if y'all get a chance, go listen to the song Running. He talk about it. Please, today, go listen to Running on YouTube. Listen to the whole song. And then Suicide Note. Y'all can't listen to that yet, but I'm going to drop that song. I want y'all to listen to that. The boy was suffering. The boy was sad. The boy was going through some stuff. He was sorry for the things that had went on. He used to tell me, Mom, I'm tired. I'm sick of this stuff. I'm sick of it. So he was remorseful. He was remorseful for if he could change back the hands of time, he wouldn't even do it. He even was going to give up rapping. It's like because he was tired of it. He was tired of it. Grandmother passed away, father passed away, all his close friends passed away or are locked up in jail, and things of that sort. And people say, well, what about people he killed? Who he killed? Who he killed? Who did he kill? He talked about stuff like that. But who did he kill? Never once was a suspect. Never once was in a RICO. Never once, and knowing they how they wanted him, they would have put him in that RICO, right? Never once was interrogated as a suspect or person of interest. Them people used to always say, it's you who's fueling the fire, calling for these people to keep on shooting back and forth with each other.
Let's go,
That's
Ted.
why he
Let's
was
go.
never recalled.
Good night. Good morning.
That's why he was never arrested. That's why he was never a convicted felon. That's why he always had his gun rights or whatever. So, yeah. Was the stuff right what he rapped about? No. Like I said, no. Was the stuff right what they rapped about? No. So, we're going to talk about that too. None of it is right. None of it is right. But yeah, how many more minutes? We got 5 more minutes. I ain't telling people either to put their camera on me. They gotta pay me for that.
And Channing, no, he was never. I ain't gonna say accused. He was never convicted of anything. He actually had he was actually never a felon. I mean, he had a clean record. He's can tote his own weapons and all that, and that actually saved him a few times. Like they've made attempts on his life, I think, no, at least 4 times. And you know, this time they just caught him slipping, man. And you watch that video, like there was no getting out of that, man. There was no getting out of that. But yeah, he most definitely drill rapped. But he was never convicted. Let me say that. He was never convicted of anything. I have to do some digging to see was he ever accused. But I know he was still able to carry and stuff like that, where he can protect himself. Just wasn't able to get to it. Which why and they knew that about him too. They knew that he'll bust back, which is why they had to hit him the way they hit him. The element of surprise, high artillery. That's why they came the way they came. Because they knew. Remind you of somebody, right? And they know they hit you differently.
A few things people noticed during the trial today. The first thing was Alicia Andrews was getting makeup done before the trial. I'm sure it's common in most cases. Just our first time seeing it. I don't know, was the jail late transporting her or the makeup artist was late and they did it in court right before the trial. Y'all already know. She had to get glammed up. She had to get her face beat to be ready to be seen on TV. Another thing that people noticed, when they showed pictures of Julio dead inside the car, she smiled. Now, I don't know if she was smiling about Julio or something else. I'll let y'all be the judge of that.
And you had come into contact with that motor vehicle, that there was an individual still inside of it, a deceased individual?
Look at that.
Okay. Do you see him there in the photograph, or at least?
Let's go back. We got to get that. Gotta get that.
But if you're enjoying the content, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. In my next video, I will Julio or something else. I'll let y'all be the judge of that.
And you had come into contact with that motor vehicle, that there was an individual still inside of it, a deceased individual?
Are you serious? Like, did she really? I mean, and they just didn't show her the car. His body is still in there. And I told you, I'm telling you, that look that she has, that composed look. I had heard about it. but I thought it was another myth. It's my first time actually seeing her smiling like that in real time. But it doesn't surprise me. She's just too poised, too groomed, too settled. It doesn't surprise me at all. But let's go. We got a few more minutes. We're gonna get out of here.
Correct. Okay. Do you see him there in the photograph, or at least his legs? Yes.
But if you're enjoying the content, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. In my next video, I will be giving y'all on why the internet feels that the first witness that took the stand probably was the one that dropped the low on Julio Fulio. But y'all get in the comments and tell me what you think. Like, comment, subscribe, turn on all post notifications. It's free. Do it for me. Promo alert, promo alert, promo alert. Today is Blick.
Like I say, man, shout out to that boy Music 101. He's actually down there in Florida, man. He actually rode down to the crime scene when it first happened. He was he really got some great content on it from back then. Like I said, he actually even went to the crime scene, looked around, trying to figure out, the routes that was taken. But this is before we knew all this stuff. So shout out to that boy Music, real talk. Good dude, good dude. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, I always felt that she was guilty myself. I did. But unfortunately when it come down to, guilty or wet, that's all up to the that's all up to the jury, So mm. It's too posed for me, even before I seen her smiling at that crime scene photo. And I get it, being young, saying what you're saying to your friend, but to say that to your friend and still be that close to him being taken out, I mean, to me, that's 1, 2, 3. Like, you still meant that. And once again, that beef is deep, man. I think it's like 2, 3 generations back before them. I remember this happened. These kids was young. What, it was 17, 18 years old. Like, they was taught and raised to hate each other. That's a different ball game right there. So once again, we got some content in. I think the judge said she has a lot going on. She said, but I think they're trying to work out this sentencing like days before Thanksgiving. And they're probably not letting her out or anything like that. It's not like federal, they'll let you out and let you turn yourself in. State, you're going right back behind that wall. You do not pass go. Go straight to jail. So she does have a second chance if she can survive behind that wall. Then she may be tougher than what she's appears. So maybe surviving behind the wall won't be an issue for her. Oh, did they change it? When I was listening to it, I know they was iffy about it because of She said she's covering another unaliving case. But when I was listening, they was shooting for right before Thanksgiving. Okay, so they're gonna wait till December the 7th or 8th. Okay. Well, we got a while, well, but she still sits, so she still get credit for it though. So it is what it is. I'm thinking like 15 to max. I don't know. I mean, just like Enchanted said earlier, the judge is a hard, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's a hard pill. You know, I doubt if she maxed her, but then the way she acted in court, I don't know. You gotta remember the judge looking right at her. She's seen them smiles. So, Enchanted said the secret photo is crazy for me. Most definitely. Most definitely. And I gotta go back to where they had them Instagram messages and they was her and Ace. I gotta go back and I gotta break that portion of it down. Because they never got into it, which probably like I said, I think everybody kind of see a Rico coming for for Ace. So maybe they withholding some stuff for that. Because if there's not a Rico, mm, he a blessed man. So the whole case is crazy for me, to tell you the truth. Like the way they executed him, man, and then the stalking part of it, like they was determined. The taking your mama's car, your mama's artillery. I mean, just sloppy, man. And Channing said, I'm talking about the shit show with the lawyers and spectator. Yeah, I agree. Yep, it really was. And there was a lot going on. I would like to know what happened to that to the lawyer that did opening statements, like I said. I'd like to know what was up with that. I would really like to know what happened. Because he seemed like he had a game plan. Will he have made a difference? We'll never know. But a message to you youngins, and there's still some old cats out here and old women making the same kind of choices and decisions. Same choices, same decisions. And I promise you it's not worth it. Not these days. It's almost impossible for you to get, well, there's nothing impossible to even get to point A to point B without being picked up on somebody's cameras, the license plate readers. You never know what's gonna happen, so you're gonna have a cell phone. shouldn't be I mean, I ain't here to teach how to get away with stuff, but I'm just saying. Chances are the others scheduled. I don't know. That's another great question. I would think so. I have an even bigger question though. Well, I ain't gonna say bigger because that's a big question too. But I have another question. Are they gonna be tried together or are they gonna do separate trials? Will the four of them be charged together? Maybe her boyfriend won't because he wasn't a shooter. No, he was in the car with her. But they first degree all day, in my opinion. I mean, 3-4 hours away. And it's funny because in the space we say, oh, by the time somebody drive that far, you being forgot what you was mad for. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't that serious. And these guys here did it. Then some of them took a Uber back from Tampa to Jacksonville, back to Jacksonville. Man, you can't make this shit up. What was the purpose of the B&B? What I said, I'm sleeping now. I ain't been asleep. I'm sleeping. What I say? I ain't say trial. What I said, trail. I don't even know what I said. What I say? Yeah, they wanted that body. I haven't heard anything about money being offered or her. If they did, like I said, I didn't catch a lot of it. It's a lot that I missed. So that's crazy. And maybe that part will come if they actually. And I ain't gonna call his name. Somebody on the 1200 side. Not you, meant me. Oh, you said trial. You meant. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I have to figure it out. I said, and I would really like to know will any of them be tried together or will they be tried separately? Or will either one of them cooperate for a deal? You know what I'm saying? So, all that changes things. So, normally the first one to talk, the first one get the deal. But they got so much evidence though, man. I don't even know they need any one of them to talk. For real. Yeah, you take your sick butt to bed. I hope you feel better. For real, for real. Like, mm, mm, mm. Once again, it was manslaughter. Up to 15 years. The max is actually 15 years, so she can't get no more than that. I don't think. So that's what it is. She got a little baby at home. Maybe they may play a part in it. She is a cute little girl. You know, um, Maybe she pulled on some heartstrings there. And I would even think them things would matter except for her behavior in that courtroom. I think that's gonna hold her back for the leniency. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. If you didn't hit that like button, please hit the like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. This is a true reaction channel. We react to things, various things, true crime, cover court cases, trials. We do react to Pop the Balloon, and on Sundays we do Gospel Power Hour. So, it's a one-stop shop over here. And once again, it's a place where you can come and voice your opinions, whether it align with mine or not. It'll be respected, So tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a hater to tell a hater. Come over and subscribe to Old Boys Corner. Where we're rocking it, where we keep it grown. We keep it grown over here. So with that being said, I'm gonna get out of here, and Julio Fulio get some justice, and there's 4 more to go, and we most definitely be covering that as well. So with that being said, please hit that like button, please, please, please. Hit the thumbs up, even hit the thumbs down. It's engagement, man. I ain't tripping. Just engage. Leave a comment at the end of the video. It's free. Support your boy, man. Support your boy. With that being said, I'm gonna get out of here, and I appreciate each and every last one of y'all. I'm out.